Om Swastiastu. Well, another good morning in this beautiful day to all of you, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on the second day of the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference. So yesterday, after we heard a lot of insights from all of our speakers, we have Mr. Peter, as well as the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, as well as we also have all of the invited speakers that already provide us with a very intriguing insights. So today we're going to also hear another knowledge from our partners as the speakers from Thailand and also from Belgium and also all other invited speakers. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the second day of the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference. We're going to start the session for this second day, as we will have our moderator that will lead the session, as we have Professor Filas Niti Fatanon and also Professor Geoffrey Lipman, and the session itself will be led by our wonderful moderator. Special moderator for today is a beautiful lady. She is, of course, a doctorate degree holder and one of the lecturer in the tourism faculty of Udayana University. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to now hand over the floor to our moderator, Dr. Putu Suchitayanti, please.
Well, thank you so much, MC, for introducing me. Good afternoon for all audience and participants of Bali International Tourism Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, a warm welcome to the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference, gathering that transcends border, converging minds and ideologies for crucial conversation on the future of tourism. It's an honor for me as a moderator today to stand surrounded by the visionaries and the leaders committed to the steering our collective journey, sustainable and innovative tourism practice. As we delve into the depth of our theme of the conference today, the future tourism beyond of sustainability, we stand of the pivotal moment in the history. The world beckon for the transformation, a call for us to not just sustain, but to transcend, to evolve the very essence of tourism beyond the paradigms of today. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference. May our time together be filled with inspiration, enlightenment, and the seeds of transformation that will shape the future of global tourism. And today we have two sections for the invited speaker. And we would like to invite the first speaker, Professor Filas Niti Fatanon. He is a former Dean School of Environment Resource and Development, AIT, Thailand. Professor Filas is an Associate Professor and Chair of Urban Environmental Management Program under the School of Environment Resource and Development, ASEAN Institute of Technology in Thailand. He is former Dean School of Environment Resource and Development in Thailand and has academic degrees in engineering and economic and system management with PhD from University of Pittsburgh, USA. His specialization and research interests include system approach and management for urban sustainability, strategic water and infrastructure development, climate change, and disaster resilience, sustainable tourism, and also consumptions. Please welcome Professor Filas Niti Fatanon. The screen and time is yours.
Thank you very much, Apu Susita. I'm correct to
Yeah,
call
you
you.
can call me Yanti, Prof.
Okay. Thanks for introduction. First, I am very glad being invited to join this interesting session. Before I proceed, I don't know if I still have like 30 minutes or the time will be less for my talk or presentation.
So do you want to operating it by yourself? You have 30 minutes
Yeah, I like
for the
to share
presentation?
screen. I can start sharing the screen to test, but my question basically, do I have 30 minutes or less for the presentation?
30 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's okay right now.
Okay, thank you again. Yeah, it's nice to join this session. And after I was invited, I have decided to talk about this topic as shown on the screen. It's about tourism governance, also in the context of coastal urbanization and climate change. Basically, would be based on some of the research and practical experience I have been doing both on the tourism governance, on the urbanization, and particularly on the coastal area, and incorporating the climate change. So here are the outline of I like to cover. Start with a quick introduction. Try to see what would be a basic background, and try to get into the second one regarding the tourism governance, and move into coastal urbanization and climate change. I like to utilize two selected cases based on, I think, quite relevant topic to support what I'm presenting here and end up with challenge and opportunities. Yeah, first of all, this might be a bit detailed, but also good to start with what we mean by the tourism governance. Basically, this is quite important in terms of the set of interrelationships among different sectors, and important for the tourism. And we also moving forward to try to achieve as much as possible sustainable management of the tourism. In short, this is not a single step, but it's a process of conducting coordinated activities among different sector actors, as mentioned, and consider the tourism as a system, try to create a synergy as much as possible. In terms of the coastal urbanization, and this is quite also emerging. Simply, as we know, most of the major urban area of the city are located by related to the water, and very much many are on the coastal zone. And our coastal zone, in most cases, also quite attractive to the people, to the settlements. And in other words, in terms of urban expansion, it's quite rapid. And at the same time, the issue of different kind of the risk coming into the coastal area, particularly on the coastal zone, become more emerging. And that's why this topic become quite significant. And in terms of climate change, even depend how people look at, some might see this kind of very short, immediate concern. Many consider this a bit long term, so we can look at on both sides. But climate change become kind of additional drivers into the coastal area, including the urbanization and also the tourism. Here is a quick look of exercise that we have done and representing example of the coastal city within Thailand, Gulf of Thailand. This include Bangkok City and metropolitan, and urbanization is now expanding into the eastern sub-region and very much connected. This one represent some land use of the 2018 quite a number of years in the past. I quickly show the change of the land use into the current year, between 5 years different, back and forth. As you can see from our eyes, it clearly show the red color expanding more and more, and that represent the built-up area or urbanization. And this is quite typical in many coastal cities, I believe, in Jakarta, in Manila, and many coastal cities in the world, which very quick urbanization along the coast. And obviously, this sub-region, I should also mention, also quite significant in terms of the tourism, especially in Thailand. So I end up with one case related to this sub-region also. Yeah, in terms of the urbanization and tourism, this background provide quite also important in the terms of different discipline shown on the right side. I think many people joining this session have good background on tourism. I don't have to go into the detail, but different types of the tourism and also this different discipline become important in order to be more synergized and at the same time try to balance in order to achieve as much as possible in terms of the sustainability. And coastal zone management, including the city, also included in one of the key aspects of the tourism on this diagram. On the left, also quite good synergy between on the left, I may call like urbanization, and on the right is more on the tourism. So in this case, we see that the governance are quite common in both tourism and urbanization. And the transition or interrelationship between the left and right represent quite a strong relationship between the urbanization and tourism. And the common concept and implication of the governance could be also important on both sides. So despite good synergies potentially. This show example of the application of the tourism governance based on our earlier research a few years ago. We have worked also with Pak Agung, Dr. Agung from Udunaya. I think he's attending here, my close colleague in the similar framework, but very much applied in the tourism governance. As mentioned, we try to see any kind of the interrelationship, and we came up with three main angles from the tourism on the top, and on the bottom left is climate change and environment, and one of the other angles, and on the right bottom is a coastal area. So we identify also based on the concept I mentioned earlier, interrelationship, in fact, two ways between tourism and climate change, including environment. As you know, the tourism very much also contributing to the greenhouse gas emission, and at the same time, climate change can also affect tourism. So that's a quick example, which also include in this our research. And strong relationship both side, both climate change, environment, and coastal area, as I also start mentioning, and very strong in terms of the tourism in the coastal area, also in terms of two-way relationship. And we believe that the governance become common, try to see what would be the best synergies and understanding among different aspects within this diagram. I will come back to show the result of the previous slide at the end of my talk. Generally, the tourism become more and more significant, both economic, social, and environment, and also different types of the tourism has provided a good opportunity for different countries, locals, area in order to promote or manage tourism. So this is the simple list of quite diversified types of tourism, which is quite good because we can utilize different types in different ways. One of the types is about the wellness tourism, which become more and more emerging. Just show a quick example of some background information based on one of our doctoral students doing research at AIT to provide basic information of the wellness tourism, health and wellness tourism in China. And you can see that this is quite significant in terms of the market size and also the potential revenue within this sector of tourism. We are covering these types of tourism in ongoing research of the student. Similarly, comparing with health and wellness tourism in Thailand. Try to cover, if not all of this, some of the service, health and wellness service in Thailand, and see how this can be compared and learned from the two specific countries. Hopefully, within a year, we'll be able to get the result and have published and disseminate a result from this particular research. Yeah, moving forward, this slide also represents the growth quite high in terms of the tourism. Take example of tourist arrival to Thailand, and also representing affecting the revenue. In fact, this is before the COVID. In fact, there are more than 40 million of the foreign tourists arriving to Thailand. As you know, the COVID become very low. This year, the Thai government tried to get back maybe half of what record in before the COVID. In other words, maybe about 20 million, which is quite also challenging. In terms of tourism and environment, quickly look at this one. Is part of also our empirical study. There are two-way relationship on tourism on the left, and then the environment. In other words, environment natural resort can very much support or sometimes restrain the tourism, but at the same time, the tourism can promote or provide threats, the risk to the natural resort or environment. But also there are some good possible carping coordination or synergies between the two, which is good to come out from our concept of the utilizing the governance concept. In terms of the coastal area, luckily I found this one, which showing the longest coastline in the world. Obviously, Indonesia is number one here, because many islands and having this total length of the coastline, and almost 100%. China also quite big country, but having only 40% of the coastline, similar to Vietnam and also Thailand. Yeah, Thailand also luckily having quite long, more than 3,000 coastline, more than 2,000 kilometers of the coastline on both sides of the country, mainly in the south, like shown on this one. Okay. This also represents coastal urbanization. Yeah, many of the coastal cities, as you know, quite related to the growing coastal tourism and area. Similarly, in quite many cities in Indonesia and other parts of the world. Take example in Vietnam. This show coastal city, the province by the province along the coast of Vietnam quite long, and we see that quite growing in terms of the density, population size along different coastal city, particularly related to the tourism. For example, like in the middle of Vietnam, like Da Nang to Thien Huế. And on the left, show one particular province called Vũng Tàu, which is by a coastal city. The 10-year difference of the land use showing significant increase of the built-up urban area, this pink color, which are quite typical in many cities in Vietnam and many parts of the world. In terms of climate change and coastal system, this help us to demonstrate how the coastal system are quite sensitive in some of the two main factors. One we call the climate drivers. On the other side, we call the non-climatic change or the driver. Many of the research we try to see how these two become combined, having a different significant affecting the coastal city, both internal, as mentioned here. We look at some of the factors on the internal to the coastal system, but some factor might be a bit external from larger scale or outside. In Southeast Asia, this slide shows significant some of the climate-related hazards and the risk. I think Indonesia quite taking the lead into the flood, and many other countries also quite common in Southeast Asia. So flood become quite significant. In terms of the cyclone, Philippines seemed taking the lead, having more significant in terms of the number and the loss. In terms of the drought, might be not really clear record, but some of the country in terms of Indonesia also having the drought risk, which is also partly coming from climate change. In the Gulf of Thailand, this one represents example of the sea level rise. On the left, show earlier study to see the I think on average the sea level change some maybe not only increasing but mostly increased, by the way, about 4 or 5 millimeters a year. And our recent study of PhD student at AIT also confirmed that different station among the three on the right graph show similar trend. We had some issue in terms of land subsidence when we monitor the sea level rise, but after adjustment, we can be confident that different scenario, but it's taking maybe the most kind of the increase of the greenhouse gas high emission to see the similar trend in the past, and this will continue to the future, subject to uncertainty of the sea level rise, which is clearly coming from the climate change, and many of these can affect the coastal tourism. And this is the information quickly show in Thailand. We have a total of 3,000 kilometers long, and on both sides on the Andaman Sea, which is a bit shorter, including the really big growth area of the Phuket and surrounding, and on the Gulf of Thailand. So in this case, we are quite sensitive both the tourism and different factors which I have mentioned. Yeah, this represents some of the coastal urbanization, also very much related to the tourism within the Thailand context, to show some of the very growing population increase in the past not many years, and most of these are quite coming as affected by the tourism as a driver, but at the same time we are facing some of the emerging risks. So I like to utilize two selected cases to represent the contents that have been presented in the earlier slide. On the first case on the left here, this is the case about the marine resort recovery in southern Thailand during and after COVID-19 pandemic, and provide some of the policy recommendation which covering on this Indian Ocean Andaman Sea. Very big tourism destination, in fact the region. And the second case, this move into the eastern Thailand, covering popular city like Pattaya and the coastal islands on the eastern region. Talk about sustainable coastal tourism, very much under urbanization and climate change. In the first case, this is the detail of study area, a total of 5 study sites cover to see how the change of the number of tourists could affect the environmental quality in line with the COVID-19 transition. And as well, this is quite a popular tourism sub-region in southern Thailand. So this show the assessment of the relationship between number of tourists, which shown on the vertical graph. As you can see here, during the COVID, at the beginning of the 2020, become much less. And in this case, can show that comparing to the carrying capacity, this become in fact quite positive in terms of the tourism side. But before that, the carrying capacity become quite emerging, because number of tourists before the COVID were much higher. And the results show that this is the transitional period. The red color on the left hand side graph show a number of tourists which very much drop, and at the same time we can see the seawater quality also getting better. Lower here mean better. And this shows the significant relationship between the environment, represented by the water quality and number of tourist arrival. I think provide quite a scientific understanding why we have to understand this relationship. Similarly, on the right, showing the red color mainly about the number of tourists, and other colors show the environmental quality, which maybe not always increasing, but this one show the the quality of resource become quite recovery and much better with a lower number of the tourists, similar to other indicators. So this is quite supportive to see how we need to pay attention of this kind of a bit opposite relationship between the tourism and the local environment. And this also leads into some of the policy recommendation, looking at different criteria for the feasibility in order to screen and perhaps select which of the policy recommendation might be more preferred within this context, and taking into account of the recovery in this sub-region during the COVID-19. The second case, this is about the sustainable coastal tourism under the urbanization and climate change. We take the sub-region of Eastern Thailand as an example, covering about three tourism destinations as shown on the graph on the right. The upper part show the effect, the impact of the climate change on. We took the accommodation, the resort and hotel as a unit of our analysis and data collection through the questionnaire survey, and we found some of the higher or different impacts based on different types of houses and different tourism destination. And in terms of climate change on one side, as you perhaps aware, we talk about the adaptation, mainly how to reduce the impact on the risk from the climate change. And this represents, based on the survey, some of the popular adaptation measures, mainly, for example, the development or maintaining the green areas, water storage, awareness raising, and some other energy kind of the backup. So many of these are not new, very much ongoing, but we see some of very good synergies between the climate impacts, the ongoing or emerging adaptation measures, which quite also preferred by the tourist accommodation the business. That's show some of the good synergies. Another side of the climate change, we, as you're aware, more talk about the climate mitigation from the greenhouse gas emission. Based on the same set of survey, we also found some of the most significant practice of the mitigation measures, basically try to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. The example shown here, use energy saving equipment, also dealing with waste separation at source, and many others. So these are some also a bit ongoing, but we can also see that good synergy between the ongoing emerging measures implemented by the accommodation business with the climate change mitigation, and also the picture taken during the field survey show different measures, including the development, maintaining of the green area here. Within study area here, we have another research to support how the community-based could also implement some of the climate mitigation measures. This covers some other study area in the same under research, but the area that we are covering in the same one include on the top three items, which also quite a good way that at the community levels, we call community-based types of the tourism, small resort and hotel. They also utilize different climate mitigation measures, and we also conduct the assessment how that kind of emission reduction could be happen. This is not very comprehensive result, but shows some potential or different among different three community-based tourism within the same study area, and also different sectors of the tourism service, and at the same time common or different mitigation measure in terms of the climate change. These are the pictures showing from using the solar panel, using the energy improve efficiency within the buildings or the public area, which are ongoing in this study area. In terms of the governance in the same study, we also map this simple understanding how we different group of stakeholders.
Professor Vilas, just
Yeah.
to remind that your presentation time is 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you so much. From the interest on one side and on the other side is about the power. So we can make use of this stakeholder mapping, and from the different group of stakeholders to see their roles in terms of the support or synergize with coastal area governance. And based on this study, we also can propose some of the strategies in order to balance different relationship among different sectors. So I about to finish my presentation by covering this slide to talk about the challenge that we could be facing based on also earlier contents of the slide and some of our own experience. The first one, obviously, we are having several agencies and different group of stakeholders with diverse issue and responsibility. This is quite challenging. Even some may turn to a bit opportunity, but we need to see how their involvement, their role can be more synergized. The second one, the holistic assessment, which we have found normally based on the program or the area, we support by some of the special project, mainly by international donors, still a bit limited in terms of the local initiative. And the last one here, still limited good practice and knowledge. In other words, a publication for this topic. In terms of opportunities, we still see some of the good potential linkage and synergies among different levels of the tourism destination or the regions or the area. And at the same time, try to also incorporate with the sectoral coastal and marine master plan in different sub-regions. And also the good roles of the academic and research institute, including non-government organizations, to play to fill some of the gap and utilize both top-down and bottom-up approach to be integrated to conduct more assessment and also to enhance the capacity. And the last one, we should be able to utilize more cases to do assessment in order to develop good practice or the policy. That's all from my talk. Thank you so much for your attention. I will be pleased if any feedback or question from the floor. Over to you, MC.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Vilas, for the outstanding presentations today. Professor Vilas, would you mind to stay on the screen because we have another section for the second invited speaker. And I also want to invite for the audience, the participants for the conference, to leave the questions in the column chat of this Zoom. Yeah, so we will have another 30 minutes later after the second speaker talk for the discussions. Now we are going to the second section of the second invited speaker. I would like to invite Professor Geoffrey Lippmann, Director of the Greenwich Travel and President's Sons Egg Malta, Belgium. He will deliver the presentation entitled Bali Plan B for Climate-Friendly Travel Back to the Future. But before that, allow me to read a couple of a brief of his CV. Currently, he is a president Sans Egg Malta Strong Universal Network, envoy for the Sustainable Tourism Global Center, and lead for the TPCC Tourism Panel on the Climate Change. Play a key role in the emergence of tourism as a serious socioeconomic sector as executive director of IATA 1970, as a first president of WWTC throughout the 90s, and he worked to the pioneer new system of measuring the sector, creating CSR certification and supporting Chinese effort to open tourism market. And please welcome Professor Jupri Liefman. Good morning, Professor. Is it good morning there in Belgium?
Good morning. As you can see by my shirt, it isn't Bali weather here.
Okay, so would you mind to present, operating your presentation by yourself, or
no?
I've asked
the technician, but I just wanted to say a few words before he starts the presentation.
Okay.
And really a very few words. I wanted to thank my old friend Agung from Udayana University for inviting me to this session. I actually saw him a month ago when I was there for the Time Conference, and it was such a pleasure to remember an amazing study that we did about a decade ago, and I'll reference this in my presentation, for Pa Adhika, when he was the Balinese tourism minister for Indonesia. And I was back at the Time Conference a month ago. And first of all, it was just a pleasure to be back in Bali. It always is. But secondly, it made me realize as I get into my final phase of my life, just how important the friendships are that we've built in the tourism sector over, in my case, and you heard it in the introduction, the past 50 years. I don't like to say that, but it is a reality, and so much has changed. And so I don't want to say any more than that, because I've made a presentation, because I want you to be able to see it without any communications problems from Belgium. And I'm here to participate in any questions and answers. So with that, I'd like you to ask the technician if he would play the presentation, because I went to a hell of a lot of trouble yesterday to get the technology right.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. It's just like reunited in Bali here for the conference. So the committee, please help us.
It's good to be back with you again in Bali. Sadly, only virtually this time. And I again want to talk about the need to act on the code red existential climate crisis. The warning signals are everywhere. Wildfires on Maui, floods in Libya, crazy air pollution in Canada and Beijing. It's in the Pacific and the Indian Oceans, where waves are lapping at the hotels. In the Mediterranean, where traditional summer peaks are becoming too hot to handle. And the Caribbean, where hurricanes come harder and more often. In Bali, you recently had to cope with the devastation of Cyclone Ellie, and there will be more to come. It's not just at tourism destinations. Origin markets are also hit, And this makes traditionally predictable traffic patterns much more unpredictable. And that's without the global tipping points of melting ice sheets at both poles and thawing tundra in Siberia. This is our new reality. Our world is screaming out for climate action now, not just by 2030 or 2050. Our kids are demanding this, and they're taking countries to court and they're flight shaming. And even more significantly, the climate scientists are demanding it too. The IPCC says we have to peak greenhouse gas emissions by 2025 if we're to have any chance of hitting close to Paris 1.5 by 2050. And that's the temperature where life as we know it stays livable. Tourism is in the firing line as much as any other sector. And like so many, we are not moving far enough and we're not moving fast enough. Everything has changed. Until now, weather has been our most predictable component. Weather extremes, weather volatility, weather unpredictability can only get worse. At Sun X, Strong Universal Network, a legacy for the late Maurice Strong, climate activist who was warning about this kind of situation half a century ago, we're fighting to help accelerate tourism's response. We're building a framework of climate-friendly travel. That is, tourism which responds to Paris 1.5, which is linked to the relevant SDGs for every destination, and which is nature positive. And we are urging tourism communities to adapt to the new climate reality first, and second, to peak greenhouse gases sooner rather than later. Our focus is the world's poorest countries and small islands, countries and communities who did the least to create the crisis and yet are the most exposed, and for whom tourism is still the best chance for a decent development pathway. Our primary target is the next generation, today's emerging tourism leadership, and people who have travel in their blood. Over the past 4 years, with great support from Malta Tourism Authority, we've created the world's first climate-friendly travel postgraduate diploma, and we've trained nearly 100 students from all over the world to be strong climate champions, thoughtful activists, and change leaders. We've established a global climate-friendly travel registry for companies and communities to frame climate action plans. We have 300 registrants on it at the moment, and it grows every week. We've created 50 national climate-friendly travel chapters to build a framework and a system at the local level. And we have another 50 planned for this year, including one here in Bali. We've launched social enterprises to help strengthen the virtuous circle of climate-friendly travel, communities, companies, and consumers. And that means residents as well as visitors. We've created a climate-friendly travel club designed to bring tourists themselves to the table with rewards for climate responsive actions rather than penalties and dodgy offsets buried in airline add-on charges. And most importantly, we've created a climate-friendly travel services enterprise to help communities to think through and deliver on their climate action, or as we call it, a plan B for climate-friendly travel. Bali is very important in this framework because the very idea of a plan B was hatched here in Bali more than a decade ago. It was hatched with my friend, the late Gerd Ardika, when he was Indonesia's brilliant Balinese tourism minister, and with my other friend, Agung, to create a strategy for green growth. And I want to thank Agung for the invitation to speak here today. It was based on the solid local community foundation of Trihita Karana, the fundamental links between nature, people, and spirituality. We even designed the schematic organization chart in the form of a traditional Balinese temple instead of a dull McKinsey-type chart. This framework still holds good for a plan B for climate-friendly travel, because this new reality contains so many of the characteristics of green growth that's necessary to respond to it, but with the dominant themes of climate resilience, greenhouse gas reduction, and climate justice at the core. As we speak, we are working closely with the Ecotourism Society of Bali to develop such a plan B. And we believe this will become a real global model. We're using artificial intelligence, which gives us the capacity to expand the concept rapidly. And we're looking forward to engaging with local stakeholders around the world and here in Bali. We want to build a climate-friendly travel future for our kids. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Geoffrey Lippmann, for the outstanding presentations. Now we are going to the section of question and answer. So I hope for two invited speakers still on the screen. And I would like to invite our participant who want to join by writing the question in the chat list, or maybe want to asking directly to the two of our invited speakers. Okay, while we're waiting, actually I also so interesting with the what Professor Geoffrey and also Professor Filas says about in the presentations. So for Professor Filas, I actually have kind of questions about the collaborations of the governance, because under your presentation saying that tourism governance in the context of coastal urbanization, and also you create some of the concept, the triangles about tourism, climate change, and also coastal area. But what my point is, my question about the collaboration between the governments itself, the community, and also the stakeholders who are involved in the tourism, especially in the Thailand. What do you think, or how they are collaborate? Would you mind explain it to us?
Thank you very much. It's quite a relevant and interesting question. Yeah, obviously, I think the response might not be very comprehensive. I think we perhaps need to see some variation of the cases or a kind of issue that we perhaps facing in different areas. But from what we have done the research and maybe part of my talk, there could be some common kind of group or stakeholders, but some of them might be kind of the specific different in a different area. What I would say, I think the local government would be quite very much significant in most, if not all, of the case to play the role of the governance in the coastal area. Now, subject to different types of the local government, obviously we can continue. Then the second group, we see that both private sector and the community have a quite significant role. Simply, they could also work with the local government or other types of the government. On one side, the private sector very much on the business, and they care about the environment, about the impact, and obviously on the business side, they very much sensitive to a different aspect. We are talking about both positive and negatively. So it's quite good to see their roles in the tourism governance here. The community also important. Obviously, part of the tourism destination and the service. So in that case, they could have their very basic role to provide any kind of the both support and maybe the gaining the potential benefit from the tourism. And they also part of the local government, I would say. In many cases, they are also quite strongly formally related to the local government. And some of the local community even have their own business or become partly the private sector. So I can see that these are quite significant in most cases in terms of their roles. And the question would be, as I try to present at least some of the empirical case, there could be some good potential synergies among different stakeholders here. But at the same time, we admit that some of the even possible conflict or the trade-off among different group or different activity, which we can look at on either if the synergy, if we can enhance, obviously, but if anything about the conflict, if somewhere we can reduce or minimize, I think that would be the way. I don't know if responding to what you have asked.
Okay. Well, thank you, Professor Vilas. Anyway, we have one question from our participants today. Is it from Putri from Udayana? So he addressed the question to Professor Vilas, talking about the coastal tourism. I am interested in taking a thesis plan about sustainable coastal tourism, which is based on the RPGMN about 5 development focuses, namely infrastructure, maritime, energy, food and tourism, small island in implementing step toward sustainable tourism development, and affordability clean water. However, the area I took was Semau Island, is Nusa Tenggara, where this area is one of the small island included in the RPGMN. In your opinions, to take a research on sustainable coastal tourism, does it have to fill certain gaps like the area has to develop?
Okay, I think quite interesting. I try to follow because it's quite a long message.
Yeah, it's quite long.
Maybe not very familiar with the area, but I was in Bali. At least maybe not too far from Bali, I guess. At least from the local context. But I looked through the key terms. Obviously, infrastructure is very common. I'm glad to see that. Tourism, obviously, we know, and now depends on how we take into account maritime, energy, and food, which is quite also relevant. Obviously, in the particular context of the small island, I see quite good potential. We perhaps can see from whatever we have done as a baseline or starting kind of research how this can be perhaps expanded, because it could cover more themes or issue like the food, like energy, even the maritime, so that we can have more comprehensive models, like I show in the triangle, perhaps a bit limited. But I think we can see how this can move forward. Quite interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, could be possible some of the existing potential need to be classified before we are decided to make this as a part of the research, especially for Putri. I hope the answer is okay. So I still invite another participant. Or while that, I also have one question for Professor Geoffrey. Are you still there, Professor?
I'm still here.
Yeah.
And
So,
can I just
Professor?
say, the perfect moderator always has a question up their sleeve when the audience aren't ready.
Okay, Professor. So, yeah, I just make sure you are there because, yeah, we are apart right now. Anyway, I have question about that. You are talking about the Bali Plan B, and I'm interested in when you say a friendly travel. And I saw from your presentation, you say some the education that need to be developed, especially to the new tourists or modern tourists. So in my question is how we introduce or educate, especially the generation Z right now, the new tourists, which is they have their own characteristic like thing about green, but practically, I don't know, maybe we need more kind of research to prove that they have a green concept on their travel, but anyway, I need you to explain to us about on how we can educate this Gen Z, especially to practice the friendly travel as a part of their experience on their travels or trips.
Yeah, before I go to the heart of your question, let me just comment on whether we need more research or not. We don't have time for more research. The climate crisis is here now. And I repeat, it can only get worse because we've been pushing dirty stuff into the atmosphere from fossil fuel companies for the past 100 years. And we've developed a global plan in Paris to reduce this by 2050. But we're not planning to cut it back by 2050. We're planning to stop putting more up there. And the stuff which is up there, it's still there. It's not going to go away of its own accord. So point one. Point two, a lot of the research that you see is bullshit. I repeat, excuse me, but bullshit. You get big media companies and big tourism companies looking to make nice messages for the public, and they fill in survey forms about what they think they would like whoever did the survey to think they're the kind of person that they are. I don't think we need more of that kind of research. The change in our society, every generation changes. Everybody on this call, on this, excuse me, at this symposium is different from their parents because we have different experiences, different life realities, different technology, so many things that are different. And our own children will be different from us. Now, I see in my kids and grandkids and their generation, they don't need research, they need action. This is what Greta Thunberg is telling us. Net zero, blah, blah, blah. 2050, blah, blah, blah. What we need to do is to harness the power of the next generation. You need to do this locally in your education systems. The people who are educating need to develop a mindset that says, we don't have a planet B. We don't, and we're all in this together. And the rich countries have to help the poor countries because the poor countries can't afford to do it. And the poor countries need tourism. So the rich countries have to make sure that they get essential air services. Essential air services. Remember that. And those air services should get the first supply of clean aviation fuel, not the last supply like happened with COVID. And we need to make our young people activists. This is what we're trying to do at SunX Malta. We have a diploma. The diploma has 300 hours of teaching, 300 hours of online teaching about what is climate-friendly travel and why do we need to get there now. And then in a second year, in an internship, we make each of these trained, postgraduate, smart, bright young people chapter leaders. And we say, do two things. Number one, build a chapter around yourself. Find like-minded people and just think about how you can do things locally. And yes, go into the kind of detail that the previous speaker spoke about. But keep in mind, there is no tomorrow if we don't fix this today. And the second thing we ask our students to do when they become interns is to go out into the tourism community, to the companies, to the decision makers, to get the companies to join our registry and file a climate action plan. And it's all free because thanks to the government of Malta, we don't need to ask for money to keep our staff going. We've got a small staff of 12 people. We're trying to be as supportive and as efficient as possible to the local community. And it's why we're working with Susie and with Rami at the Ecotourism Society so that they can help build this kind of a mindset in Bali. Are you still with me, moderator? Yeah, I can't hear you anymore. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I know I go on a bit. I'm a bit boring, but I'd like you to sort of stay with me whilst we finish this session.
Okay, yeah. I know that you say that we don't need any kind of research, but the action. But actually, we are in the...
I didn't say we don't need I didn't say we don't need any kind of research. Of course, we need research. What we don't need is the kind of research that asks if the next generation have a green mindset, because they do.
Okay, because the youngs do already have the green mindset.
Yes, yes. And they don't have the inbuilt kind of inhibitions, and it's understandable that our generation had and that our generation's parents had more than we did. When I was growing up, in many countries in the world, women didn't have a vote. Women were not accepted at an equal level as men. Now, for my kids, I mean, that would be ridiculous. So I think we have to give the next generation the credit that they're capable of delivering on this if we help them by getting rid of some of our own inhibitions and moving as quickly as they want us to move.
Okay, Professor, it's really nice, but you said that also woman has rules, yeah? Woman has rules. What do you think the rules of women nowadays about the activity of the climate change itself? How on, and also what they do actually?
Well, they do everything that men can do and more, because women are smarter than men because they've been multitasking all the time when men are pretty much single purpose mind. You know, I look at my own kids. I have a daughter, she's probably older than you. I have a daughter, she's a hell of a lot smarter than I am. I don't, I can guide her in certain life things, but I can't guide on the passion and the desire for the kind of climate-friendly growth, not just travel, but around everything, around what you purchase in the shops, about how you do your waste, about how you travel locally. They think in these terms automatically. We think in a much slower, structured way, because we have all our own inhibitions. And I include myself in this. I have my own inhibitions. I try to pretend that I don't, but I do. My kids laugh at me.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's such an interesting discussions, and of course, I still want to invite the participant to come and also to address the questions, or maybe leave in the chat, or if not, I will ask to both of the speaker about what do you think about the impact of carbon trading with the way of the travel nowadays. Would you give us a kind of insight of it? Maybe Professor Vilas first.
Okay, I'm not so sure if I get the question, but I have to maybe avoid kind of a bit too broad kind of the response. I don't work directly on the trading part, but I work on the climate change. And I think we should look at the different mechanisms to reduce carbon emission. And obviously the tourism sector, from the record from some of the earlier research or activity, we see that quite significant in terms of the current one and the potential to reduce. So in that case, I strongly believe different mechanism, obviously including the carbon trading, which could also be potential. Just a quick point mentioning about the role of a woman. I again don't go to a bit comprehensive, but take a quick example of we have some research of the role of women or different group of the stakeholder to work on the waste recycling management, which is quite local and quite important in the tourism destination. In most cases, we found from the earlier research or experience in terms of the improved waste management, because it's quite basic for the tourism destination, hotels, restaurant, and tourism type of the service. So we see good roles and quite important for the women to play in the waste local waste management. And strongly, we can also link this one, as we know the greenhouse gas emission partly coming from the maybe not prefer or proper waste management. So in that case, could be a good example of the woman role to deal with the climate change in the greenhouse gas reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vilas. Now, Professor Geoffrey.
Yeah, I mean, carbon trading is okay. Point one.
It's okay.
Carbon markets can be an important piece to help address what I call the second but critically important issue of reducing emissions, and maybe even in helping companies to change their behavior. But, and there are some really big buts here. Number one, they work if you don't give companies too many get out of jail free cards, too many free passes, too many built-in benefits into the system. Number one. Number two, they work if the level of limitation on which you can exceed your carbon usage is reduced in a very clear and systematic way. And it has to fit in my personal view, with the IPCC saying peak emissions in 2025. If you look at every tourism company around the world, but also in Indonesia, I will bet you there is not one that says, hey, we're going to peak our emissions in 2025. Most of them are saying, hey, we don't have to do anything till 2030, by which time we have to halve our emissions. We worry about that in 2029. And we don't have to reduce our emissions till 2050, really, because we've got the 2050 timeframe, and it's net. So, you know, we can be like the guy who says, I'm going to give up smoking. And then he keeps smoking, but pays somebody in Africa to stop smoking. These are and then the other thing I would say about the carbon markets is this. Last point, I'm sorry, I'm taking too much time, but last point. It is now being proved that so many of the projects on which carbon markets have been based are just rubbish. People have lied, there's been corruption, or people have innocently planted trees which are an invasive species, or they've planted trees, claimed a credit for 200 years, and then there's been a forest fire and the trees are gone. So there's no silver bullet to the climate crisis. There's a whole basket of solutions which need to be applied together, and legitimate carbon markets properly managed, that can help. And I would commend you to what the European Union is doing, because that's the closest that I've seen to a properly structured carbon markets. And there should be no get-outs for the airlines who've been wriggling out of every form of kind of climate regulation for the past 50 years. It's time to stop.
Okay. Okay. Well, as you said that we already have a kind of a lot of solution, a basket of solution anyways, but then, yeah, the weakness is about how we implemented it. I think it's become all of us homework until all the concept that you mentioned about in 2050 later on can become less of a climate change. And maybe for the last section for these discussions, I check once again Professor Gofri and also Professor Vilas. We have one question from Arya Yudiastina. So at the destination of coastal area, what are the adaptation program can be undertaken in dealing with climate change? Can you give example, please?
Okay, perhaps I can go first. Very interesting question. This is also the area that I also have been working in some of the early research. When we talk about adaptation, just to have a quick scope, we can look at the different types, different scale. Basically, from we call autonomous adaptation. Perhaps we don't look into only the program because autonomous adaptation mainly coming from individual. As I presented the accommodation business, they have their own mostly autonomous adaptation in terms of how to store water, because during the drought, partly from the climate, during the flooding period, any other types of the disaster, they need to make sure that they have good storage of water. And that would be a quick example of we call the autonomous adaptation. Many of them also apply different measures to prevent the coastal erosion, which are quite also emerging. This is not only the climate as we understand, partly coming from the man-made, from maybe not proper infrastructure or any kind of coastal development, creating maybe more erosion in some of the coastal destination. So in that case, autonomous adaptation could be utilized to protect, not always to be structural, could be combination of soft and hard structural nature-based solution from the autonomous adaptation. But when we talk about this, we could also look at from what we call plan plan adaptation. This is mostly have to be dealt with by larger area, for example, by the local government. Okay? As mentioned, local government could have a good role to plan, to invest, to manage larger area of what we call the planned climate adaptation. And back to the coastal erosion, there are some good programs try to use a combination of the measures to reduce the coastal erosion, partly by the nature-based solution. Even in Indonesia, I have visited some places. They use even bamboo, they use even mangrove in combination with other types. These are good examples, and we still learn how to make use of kind of the local knowledge, partly combined with some, hopefully not high technology, to plan and to manage better in terms of the coastal erosion. The point of the sea level rise is perhaps not really long term now, and my colleague Professor Jeffrey mentioned. So many of the coastal city, including the tourism, now face in terms of increasing sea level rise. That could be quite a next effect from the climate, including the water source, because many coastal cities face the salinity intrusion, partly coming from the sea level rise, and in that case, they need to apply some adaptation measure. Again, it could be diversify, not always moving the intake water of the water supply on the upstream, because that would be a bit traditional, but maybe diversify source of water source. That's what we have found in some of the area, including the rainwater, including some, so that the risk become lower. That's require maybe a good plan, and we call the plan adaptation. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Jeffrey, do you want to add some comment for this?
Yeah, Professor Vilas is a hard act to follow. So let me try and pick up on just 2 or 3 things. Number one, totally agree, nature-based solutions. Nature always does it better than we do it. So it's things like mangroves, making sure that you can support and plant mangroves. It's things like bamboo, as Professor Vilas said. It's all of the natural protections. But, and this is a big but, if the Antarctic or the Arctic ice sheet melts, we're talking about sea level rises of meters, not inches, meters. So the first thing you have to do is do a risk assessment. And you have to do that with a good professional firm who specializes in this. We work with a group in France called Murmuration. I've seen the kind of thing they're actually doing in Malta. They use satellite data from Copernicus in Europe and the NOAA in the United States, and they make projections as to what will be the impact. Yes, Professor Vilas is right. Make sure your water supply is secured. Make sure your electricity supply is secured when you're talking about meter level increases. And again, I see a note from my friend Agung here, so I have to respond to it. Yes,
Yes, please.
I think, Agung, we would bring the murmuration thinking into what we're talking about with the Plan B for Bali, and I would be very happy to link Udayana up with murmuration. I think they're the best that I've come across for doing the kind of deep research which is needed on this kind of issue. So it's satellite global looking at the coastline of Bali, for example, the entire coastline of Bali, and seeing where are really the weak points. And then last point I would make, there is development aid funding to shore up defenses. As I give you an example, in the Maldives, they got a significant grant from the Japanese Overseas Development Organization, I think it's called JICA, to build a seawall around the capital island of the Maldives. And I know this happened 15 years ago. So there are ways that you can prepare for what I believe is an inevitable development. One of the 2 major ice sheets is going to melt enough that we're going to see huge sea level rises in the next 10 years.
Okay, Professor Vilas, do you want to add some more comments or just enough for it?
I just saw, I think our friend Park Akung posed a question on the chat box. Should I maybe at least briefly address his question?
Yeah.
It's about the involvement of the
Climate.
hotels in the survey.
Yeah, in the hoteliers.
Yeah, thank you.
Whilst Professor Vilas is reading this, let me just say again to Agong, let's get the hotels to sign on to the climate friendly travel registry. It's free, and that will help you to educate them. This is a complicated issue, and there are global examples which can actually encourage hotels to participate in local research. And again, we will cover this when we work on a plan B for Bali.
That's why we need the curiosity of our hoteliers and tourism industry to participate on the development of the climate change and how the best practice to do to develop great tourism in the next futures. So I think we just arrived at the end of the section of the discussion, Professor Vilas and Professor Geoffrey. Well, thank you very much for all of the talk and discussion and also the presentations today. So we have a lot of homework to do to achieve our dreams, yeah, to
Can I have
make
just
a
half
tourism in
minute,
our...
Lucy? Only half
Yeah?
minute to respond to Park Akung point.
Oh, Professor Vilas, yeah, okay, please.
Yeah, very quick one. Yeah, in fact, an interesting question, Park Akung. But from my point, when I earlier worked with like waste management, any other on the environment, not good participation from private sector like the hotel. When I turned to working on the tourism not many years ago, I feel happier because a better participation from the business. Anyway, from the experience, not bad, the medium-sized hotel into participation from my own experience, but I agree the really large size luxurious hotel and a very small hotel have quite limited in terms of participation. So that's an issue. One of the point, maybe we were lucky. We normally conduct a survey also through some of the network or a kind of the group within the tourism destination. They have their own kind of organization, formally, informally. So that might be one quick session. We go through the local network, local kind of association within the destination. Perhaps participation would be better. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you once again. So give applause to an outstanding invited speakers today. So we actually have to move to the next sections. Once again, thank you for Professor Vilas and Professor Geoffrey, and I'm going back to the committee.
Welcome to the new era of smart tourism, with digital ID for paperless traveler. Speed Tour, the latest innovation from Speed ID app, takes you around the world in a smarter, more personal, and enjoyable way. With Smart Tour Planner, plan your journey your way. Input your time, type of tour, and also budget, and let our AI craft the perfect travel itinerary for you. Find the ideal place to stay. From luxury hotels to cozy lodgings, get the best hotel recommendations to fit your budget. Discover tourist attractions close to your hotel. Enjoy the beauty and uniqueness of each destination without wasting time. Navigate the city with ease. Choose a vehicle that suits your needs and enjoy your journey freely. Find the best souvenir centers. Take home unforgettable memories from each of your journeys. Experience authenticity in village tourism. Witness living culture and traditions at every corner of the village. Find the recommended city's destination to complete your journeys. Create the best reputation for your city.
ISTC supports the flagship of Sustainable Tourism Development Program. Encourages national and international stakeholders to actively engage in ST Dev Circles platform, and with numerous initiatives and activities in the conception, planning, development, design, and implementation of all project. To bridge opportunities for many parties to develop their network among stakeholders and to support the establishment and strengthening the practice of sustainable tourism.
Kami menyambut gembira inisiatif Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Council dan seluruh stakeholders untuk mengembangkan Sustainable Tourism Development Circle agar mendorong percepatan jejaring inovasi dan kolaborasi bagi para pihak dalam tentunya membangun pariwisata yang semakin berkualitas dan berkelanjutan.
Sahabat kepariwisataan berkelanjutan yang saya hormati, inisiatif untuk membentuk Sustainable Tourism Development Circle adalah wujud dari penguatan jejaring, kolaborasi, konvergensi, dan inovasi pembangunan kepariwisataan berkelanjutan dengan dukungan semua pihak. Dengan demikian kita sepakat dan berkomitmen terhadap upaya Indonesia untuk menjadi Sustainable Hub di kawasan Asia Pasifik. Kami berharap inisiatif dan semangat ini dapat terus mendorong berbagai kerangka kerja yang bisa dilakukan secara bersama-sama. Salam lestari, salam tourism development.
Sustainable Tourism Development Strategy adalah wujud nyata keseriusan Indonesia bagi pariwisata berkelanjutan. ST Dev Circle yang terdiri atas berbagai pemangku kepentingan pariwisata Indonesia diperlukan untuk melaksanakan strategi ini secara intensional.
Humans are the center of sustainable tourism. Their coexistence as a network initiated by Sustainable Tourism Development Circle is a strategic mission requiring support from various parties to evolve into a nationwide movement who can contribute in building sustainable tourism in Indonesia in the long run. Let's build this together.
Kami mendukung dan semoga dengan pengembangan ST Dev Circle bisa menjadi ruang kolaborasi antar pemangku kepentingan untuk pengembangan pariwisata berkelanjutan di Indonesia.
Salam pesona Indonesia. Kita semua akan menghadapi tantangan pariwisata berkelanjutan yang lebih berat di masa mendatang. Untuk itu, perlu adanya kolaborasi multi pihak yang membentuk ekosistem yang lebih baik. Pariwisata yang lebih ramah lingkungan, mengedepankan kepentingan bersama, serta memperhatikan budaya kearifan lokal. Adanya ST Dev Circle akan sangat membantu kita semua untuk mewujudkan hal tersebut.
Sebagai negara kepulauan, Indonesia memiliki potensi dan kekuatan sumber daya alam dan budaya yang beragam. Untuk itu, marilah kita bersama-sama bangkit menuju pariwisata berkelanjutan, berdaulat, berkualitas, dan bermartabat. Selamat atas peluncuran Sustainable Tourism Development Circles, menjadi spirit kita bersama-sama, maju bersama kita bisa.
Selamat untuk STDF Circle sebagai jejaring komunikasi dan kolaborasi pembangunan pariwisata berkelanjutan. Semoga menjadi pendorong perjalanan untuk memperkuat sustainable tourism di Indonesia.
Untuk merajut diskusi pengembangan kepariwisataan berkelanjutan yang komprehensif, mulai dari arah kebijakan dan strategi, implementasi program, hingga lesson learned dan acknowledgement atas dukungan para pemangku kepentingan seperti pengelola destinasi, industri, pemerintah, akademisi, dan bahkan kalangan muda melalui Sustainable Development Circle yang telah di-launching pada hari ini.
Semoga Sustainable Development Circle dapat mewujudkan spirit untuk memperkokoh orkestrasi pembangunan kepariwisataan berkelanjutan melalui kolaborasi, jejaring, dan konvergensi dari para pihak. Semangat pariwisata lestari!
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants. Today we are now going back to the section of the invited speakers. Today we have, for the second section, we have Professor Christine Peter and also Dr. Agung Suryawan Wiranata. While we're waiting for Professor Christine join with us, I would like to invite Dr. Agung Suryawan Wiranata. But before that, I would like to allow me to read a brief of his CV. He holds a master's degree in environmental management in Griffith University, Australia, and a PhD degree in regional planning, the University of Queensland, Australia. He was the head of the Research Center of Culture and Tourism, Udayana University in Bali 2004 and 2018, and the Executive Secretary of Doctorate Program in Tourism Udayana University in Bali 2010 to 2018. Currently, he is the head of Center of Excellence in Tourism Udayana University in Bali. He also teaching in tourism and doctoral program in tourism Udayana University, and his field interests are environmental management, sustainable development, tourism planning, policy, green tourism certification, and implementations of system approach in the tourism research. Today, he will present the presentation entitled The Regenerative Tourism in Bali. For Dr. Agung Suryawan Wiranata, screen and time is yours.
Okay, very good afternoon, Ibu Yanti. Very good afternoon, all audience participants and also invited speakers. Yeah, I think Professor Pilar still there. How are you today? And thank you for giving a presentation, a great presentation. So today I would like to share a bit about what is going on in Bali related to regenerative tourism. As we know that we are in Bali as a popular destination, we should do everything that can continue and sustain our tourism business. Next, I would like to start with how can the regenerative tourism in this era exist. So we look at previously from the sustainable development starting in 1980s. During that time, we would like to have that the development meets the need, the present, without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. And then tourism sector involved in undertaken sustainable development. So there comes with the term sustainable tourism is a tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host community. It was in 1990s. When it's come to the industry, the sustainable tourism changed what we call the words to become green tourism as more marketable in the year 2000, which is green tourism was known as a small scale tourism that encouraged people to visit natural areas and minimize the impact of tourism on the environment. This green tourism is about being an environmentally friendly, tourists and also providing environmentally friendly services. Actually, the term green tourism is used for mostly for businesses with an environmentally friendly activity. And then the most popular is the example green destination, green hotel, green transport. I would like to give one example of the green hotel. Yeah, here is green hotels are environmentally friendly properties that take the initiative and implement very important practices and program to reduce energy, water, and waste. And then the green hotels also participating in recycling, linen changing program, energy efficiency, and also getting the message out to the guests and how they are doing their part in protecting the planet. Then continue. Next. When we talk about sustainable tourism, we will remember the triple bottom line. The three aspects of sustainable tourism involve: one, economically viable; two, environmentally friendly; third, socially responsible and culturally acceptable. That are the main aspect of sustainable tourism. It's very easy to understand. Next. Next. Hello. Okay. And then climate change issue rising in the 2005 and 2010, and the triple bottom line modified into quadruple bottom line involving climate change. Actually, climate change is part of environment mostly, but now because it's very important, they put in the middle. Climate change is the most significant challenge to achieving sustainable development, and it threatens to drag millions of people into grinding poverty. And the tourism sector is highly vulnerable to climate change, as Professor Jeffrey Pan said. At the same time, the tourism also contribute to the emission of greenhouse gases, which is because of the global warming. Accelerating climate action in tourism is therefore utmost important for the resilience of the sector. So, tourism should take action in mitigation and adaptation to the climate change. Next. After we talking about the sustainable tourism, sustainable green tourism, and then now we go to the regenerative tourism. Next. Next. Yes. The regenerative tourism is the next step in sustainable tourism. Regenerative tourism is a process where tourism sectors, all the stakeholders involved in collectively, take care and guardians the natural human and human needs element when they are moving to visit or they are having a holiday or living in a destination. Of course, it's need decision making and practices in order to take care and guardian the natural human and human needs element. Next. Further, we can easily understand, as yesterday Professor Hera said, regenerative tourism is based on adding a positive impact to the local community and environment, not only taking care the environment, the nature, the host community, but also adding a positive impact to the local community and environment. Of course, then the regenerative tourism can be said contribute to the well-being of the community. And also, regional tourism represents a sustainable way of traveling and discovering new places. Its main goal is for visitors to have a positive impact on their holiday destination, and also they live in better condition than how they found it. So not only visiting, but how to make it a better destination with the money you spend, with the activity you done. And then regenerative tourism goes beyond not the damaging the environment, but also have to actively revitalize and regenerate the tourist attraction and the destination. Of course, the regenerative tourism brings positive impacts on local communities and economies, as said by the CBI, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, United Kingdom. Next. Yesterday also, Professor Hera has mentioned about the sustainability and the regenerative and also degenerative. If we got many negative things, and we said degenerating, but if we can maintain it as it is, and then we will have the sustainability. And how about when we can do better? Yeah, there will be the restorative and also regenerative. So we can say here, sustainability is about making sure that the resources we enjoy today will still be available for the generation that follow, that the sustainability. But regeneration is about making sure that what we do now feedbacks into the system from which we benefit. It's about being proactive and intentionally. It's WTTC 2023. Here, regenerative tourism is the idea that tourism should leave a place better than it was before, and sustainability in comparison is leaving something as it is, that is stay the same. In other words, not causing any extra damage. So there is a need to move from seeking sustainable growth in volume to a more qualitative development. So moving from quantitative to qualitative that improve human health and well-being through ecosystem health. And then regenerative tourism offers an important set of solutions to rethink and rebuild the tourism industry. It is also improve local economies, preserve local cultures, biodiversity, while offering the memorable, authentic experiences to the guests and allowing destination to improve. Next. Now we are talking about Bali. Tourism in Bali can be said as is a leader in sustainable tourism in Indonesia. Since 2001 or end of 2000, Bali is starting with the Global Green Certification. I myself, with some colleges, has been given some funding by the what we call Green Globe Asia Pacific to disseminate about the global green certification called Green Globe at that time. So we are doing hand in hand with the hoteliers and the hotel association, introduce the global green certification starting in 2000 and then 2001 also we have a local green awards and certification called Trihita Karana Awards or called THK Award. We work hand in hand globally and locally. Yeah, because we still need some indicators represent the local knowledge, local wisdom. At the same time, we have to go global. So next. Now, I would like to give one example. There are some maybe, but I look through this attraction, and I know that this is an example of generative tourism in Bali called Monkey Forest in Ubud, or now they call Mandala Suci Wanarawana, or Secret Monkey Forest Sanctuary. Next. This is about history. How the monkey forest existed? The monkey forest existed since the king of Jayapangus in 1181. At the time, this forest became the hunting ground of the kings. Because of that, the kings issued a command to preserve the monkey forest. In the 1970s, tourists began to explore Ubud and the surrounding area, including monkey forest, and become more and more popular. In the early 90s, the head of Padang Tegal village, Desa Adat Padang Tegal, was starting to manage the monkey forest as a tourist attraction. Then in 1988, they established a management board was established to manage the monkey forest. And then monkey forest become the most popular tourist attraction in Ubud in the Gianyar Regency. Next. Okay, what was happened in the beginning? At the beginning, monkey forest area is about 8.5 hectares. There are about 31 monkeys there. And they still have some other attraction other than monkey. There's a forest, temple, and also river. This forest belong to the community of Padang Tegal village, or Desa Adat Padang Tegal. This attraction means like the community. Number of people involved in early 1980s is about 8 to 10% only, because they just start. They don't have proper management yet, but they already starting the monkey forest as a tourist attraction. Next. What was happened? In 1980s, at the beginning, the area was 8.5 hectares. And then in year 2003, they're adding 4.0 hectare. It's a wrong mistype there, 4.0 hectare. And then the total of area became 12.5 hectares. You can see there, it was only a small part on the left, and then they continue further down with another 4 hectares and to become 12.5 hectares. It means that the management bought the land and then extend the forest, another 4 hectare forest, and to provide more habitat for the monkeys. Continue. Next. And then because of the popular of the monkey forest and from the ticketing, the management got enough money to buy another land, 3 hectare land bought in 2014. And the total area now 15.5 hectares. You can see on the right-hand side, the color there, that the extension of the monkey forest. Now they are using the new land for parking area, for the entrance, and for other facilities. So they properly manage the monkey forest professionally. So because of the money coming from ticketing, the better management, and then they extend. So now they have 15.5 hectares. Next. Here is the map. Yeah, you can see there are many things there, not only the forest, but also some others. We can look at on the map. Continue. Next, okay. How about the population of the monkey? It's important. When we start, it's about 31 in 1978, and then about 1,000 in 2019. But recently, they calculate the number of population is about 1,259 monkeys. There are 10 groups in this area. So 1,259 monkeys. How can they calculate this? They work together with Udayana University, the Center of Primates, and also working with the university overseas. So they are doing regular checking, and they are doing also regular, animal, to keep the animal, the monkeys, not to deliver baby like vasectomy or tubectomy. They try to control the population by doing the collaboration with Udayana University and another university overseas. That's been done more than 10 or 15 years. Okay, continue. Next. How about the number of visitors? Number of visitors was highest in 2019 before COVID. It almost 1.6 million visitors a year. Before in 2018, it's 1.477 thousand. Yeah, it's about almost 1.5 million. But during the COVID, it's dropped into 289,000, and 2020 dropped to less than 100,000. You can imagine how the problem faced by the management in order to keep feeding the monkey, so they don't go out and disturbing the community. So they have to spend a lot of money to buy food, but there was no enough income. And then 2020, when the pandemic is near close, and then increase again almost to 800,000. But in 2023 up to October, it already 1.2, almost 1.2. Hopefully, up to December, it will reach the similar number to the 2019 and make the management happy and back to the business as usual. Next. How they manage the monkey forest? The monkey forest managed by the community under the village of Padang Tegal, using the traditional local philosophy called Tri Hita Karana. Tri is mean tree, Hita is mean happiness, Karana it mean cause or way. So Tri Hita Karana means three cause or three ways to achieve happiness in life. There are Pariangan, Pawongan, Palemahan. So Pariangan and harmonious relationship to the God, Pawongan harmonious relationship to other people and community, Palemahan harmonious relationship to the natural environment. So the management take care of three things: Parhyangan about the temples, Pawongan about the community, Palemahan about the forest and the monkeys and others inside the forest. Next. Recently, the forest area are 15.5 hectares. The number of monkeys recently almost 1,300 monkeys. And the tourist attraction and facilities improve, including forest, monkeys, temple, river, main lobby, ticketing, coffee shops, souvenir shop, three-story parking area. There's an indoor parking area with the three-story building, open
Pak
stage.
Agung, just to remind, it's still 5 minutes
Okay.
left.
Yes, Yadnya garden. That's important. Yadnya garden is garden about the plantation used in the traditional ceremony, and also managed by the professional management. Now there are 5 managers and 1 general managers, and the number of staff involved now 133%. You can imagine, starting from 8 or 10% in 1980s and now 133% with 5 men.
Okay, we have a technical issue. Let us invite once again Pak Agung. Okay, from the presentation, it can be said that sustainable tourism focus on minimizing the negative impacts on the environment, culture, and society, as Pak Agung said before, on the differences of the regenerative tourism. So can be said sustainable tourism is for futures to manage the research of tourism in the futures.
Are you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, yeah,
Hello?
Pak Agung.
Okay.
Yeah, Pak
Now
Agung.
next, I think.
Pak Agung, do you want to? Yeah.
Yeah,
Please
we go to
continue.
the next slide. The next slide. Yes, that's a picture again. Next slide. Again, yes. Okay. Now Monkey Forest has been taken some financial from the ticket for the visitors, and also the ticket revenue used to maintenance the existing facilities and infrastructure to provide comfortable for the monkeys and the satisfaction to the visitor. And some money goes to the renovation of the temple Kayangan Tiga. In every village has a temple called Kayangan Tiga, Tri Kayangan, and also providing social funding to the community in the Padang Tegal. For example, they are doing mass cremation for free or something like that. And then a certain amount of revenue was spent for buying land in 2003 and 2014, as I explained previously. So benefit from Monkey Forest next. Go to Parahyangan, renovation temple, I said, and also Pawongan, free mass cremation, free health facility, BPS Ketenagakerjaan for 2% for every household. You imagine that 631 household, every household got 2% paid the BPJS Ketenagakerjaan from the money taken from the Monkey Forest. And the staff mostly from Padang Tegal, but also some outsourcing. And for pelemahan, environmental arrangement inside and outside the attraction, including the renovation of pathways around. Next. Conclusion. Yeah, of course, regenerative tourism in the next step is the next step of sustainable tourism. So every generative tourism should do the sustainability first. When they achieve the sustainability, then they go further for the regenerative tourism. And the regenerative tourism should bring benefit to attraction or destination, to the company, to the staff, to the people, to the environment, and to the management as well. So there are some other, I believe there's some other attraction or destination in Bali can be considered regenerative tourism. It could be one I know is a Pemutaran. Pemutaran, they're famous with the breeding or the coral planting. The coral planting, it was bomb fishing, destroying the coral, and then they're moving to tourism, and they're planting coral using bio rock, and now they keep the coral garden, and they protect the coral garden by the people. They call the pecalang laut sea guard, traditional sea guard. So there are some other maybe like in Penglipuran, but we have to do some small research to understand and to look more whether it can be said regenerative tourism. But in my view, there is a possibility. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much. Next. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation, Pak Agung. Can be said on the sustainable tourism is focused on minimizing the negative impact and also maintenance the resorts for the futures, and for the regenerative tourism is how we can give a benefit not only for the economic purposes, but also to the communities, cultures that involve into the tourism activities. So I think our second invited speaker is already here in the screen. I would like to invite Professor Christine Peter. Professor Christine?
Yeah,
Are
thank
joining
you.
the Zoom?
I wish it works. No, sorry, just 1 minute. Is it working now? Do you see me? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Normally it works. I don't know why you don't see me.
We cannot see you on the screen. Oh, yeah, it's okay now. Yeah, it's okay now. Good morning, Professor.
Okay. Good
It's
morning, Miss.
morning, right?
It's so nice to be here, even if it's not concretely in the spot, but it's nice to be with you today. How does it work? Do I have to share my screen?
Okay, yes. For a moment, I would like to introduce you to our participants today. So our invited speaker, the second one after Pak Agung already delivered the presentation, we have Professor Kristen Peter. Is it right to pronounce your names? Yeah. So she's the Associate Professor of Management Science and also Pedagogical Director of the License L3 Marketing and Sale Option 2019 until today. Also Pedagogical Manager of the DU Prevention of Human Digital Vulnerabilities 2021 to date, and in charge for the tourism axis in DC and coastal innovation ecosystem for the university research and education purposes. And today, Prof. Christine will present a presentation entitled Involving Residents to the Monitoring and Management of Tourism Presents a Digital Science Approach for the Inclusive and Sustainable Tourism of Tomorrow. Professor Christine, time and screen is yours. Professor, can you unmute? You at the moment? Okay, to all audience, let have a moment to wait. We still ask the committee to help us on the technical issues. Is there anything I can do for you, Professor? Yeah, we still can't hear you. Professor, would you mind to log out for a moment and then back again join to the Zoom? Okay, Professor Christine, can we start now?
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me correctly now?
Yes,
I'm very sorry.
just
Okay.
fine. And do you want us to operating your presentations?
No, I can do it. Normally, it's okay. You should see
Okay.
it now.
Oh yeah, it's on screen right now.
Okay. I'm very sorry for the time you lost. Is it okay for you now?
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
fine. And can you? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
This full screen. Yeah.
You have it. Okay, thank you very much for the time and sorry for this technical issue. So to do this presentation, my topic will be about the fact that we are trying to involve residents when we are speaking about tourism and trying to do a better tourism, a regenerative tourism, as explained already by Agun, for example. What I will present to you today is something about a research project we are undergoing now and using at the same time the participatory sciences, so what is today called citizen sciences approach, and at the same time taking advantage of all the digital opportunities we can have, for example, using smartphone or using all that. So, and yes, and I'm from the University of Bretagne Sud, as you have explained already. So in order to present this for this presentation today, remember that our ambition is to create a method which combines counting very objective of how many tourists there are on the spot where you are working on the destination, using digital data, and at the same time we want to have some measurement about the visitor perception, so subjective visitor measurement, and this is our deal. Our ambition is to mix these two aspects: objective quantifications and subjective evaluation or measurement. So the context here, we have the context. We'll present the context, our research, and the participatory science and innovation. And after, we will present the prototype tool we are working on. Regarding the context, we are thinking and speaking especially of the management of tourism flows, which in most very little places, when there are a lot of tourists, there are some congestion. So you have some pictures here. For example, we have the Monte Michael, we have some beach, we have some places in Venezia, you have some places where really at the same time there are a lot of people. Sometimes they are speaking about over-tourism, and defined by the World Tourism Organization, over-tourism is the impact of tourism on a destination or parts of this destination, which is excessively and negatively on the quality of life of citizens and even on the quality of the visitor experiences. So it's something which is very subjective. It's not really, it could be objective difficulties, for example, when there are too much traffic jam, but it also can be very symbolic. You are too many people in a place where you want, for example, to pray, and there are too many people speaking and it disturbs you. So there is a difference between over-tourism, which is a feeling, and over-frequentation, which is much more something quantitative, with something much more objective. And it's sometimes over-frequentation, it's when there are the balance, the equilibrium, which is threatened by in certain destination because there are too many people at the same time. And so there should be a better supply chain management of tourists on the spot. And it's a problem that lead to the fact that as well residents and visitors and tourists will consider that tourism is too much, and it's a shame for everybody. And in this case, there are the idea of sustainable tourism, and we remember just that sustainable tourism, it means at the same time we're thinking about economic, social, and environmental impacts. And it is important to focus also on the idea of social, so inclusivity of tourists and visitors. So in our case, we have the main framework of sustainable tourism, with the idea that we have to manage the impacts of tourism. We want to have information about economic impact, social impact, environmental impact. And we need at the same time to take care of the needs of the different stakeholders. And regarding stakeholders, there are not only environment, not only visitors and firms, but there are also welcoming communities. And today we have noticed that there is a really abundant academic literature on heritage preservation, cultural diversity, social and environmental dimension of sustainable tourism. But just to note that there are very little researchers working today on the economic dimension, as if it is obvious that tourism is very offers a good return of investment. But some calculation should be done, some research should be done on the economic impact of sustainability, on the way to offer the possibilities that sustainable tourism is also an economically interesting tourism. So it is just to note this point. Second idea is that we are working on the specific cases of violence because they have very original challenges. They represent something which is like a very nice prototype to study destination. Especially in Ireland, the economic dimension should not be forgotten because it's very vital for this place. In Brittany, in France, for example, we have a lot of little islands, and thanks to tourism, they can maintain activity throughout the year. They can maintain services and infrastructures that normally are really rare for considering the little density of inhabitants. For example, thanks to the tourists present during the season, during the high season, they can be doctors, they can be a pharmacy, they can be schools, because they have enough money so that it's possible for the doctors to stay during all the year, because during the summer, for example, they will have a lot of tourists and they will have some money. So it's possible to have really less money during the winter, but to stay on the spot and not to leave. So for the inhabitants which are living in the islands, very important, because they are not only sick during summer, they can be sick during winter. So they need to have a doctor available and not to have to go to the continent, which could be far. And so just the idea is that tourist destinations are first and foremost, they are living places, and they should be and remain these living places that it is what tourists are looking for. They want to see locals living in the place. They just don't want to be in museums. They don't want to be in places where it's only a nice environment, nice historical building, nice landscape. They also want to see people living in these places. So it's very important in islands to receive a flow of visitors. It could be tourists, but it's also day trippers, and this flow of visitors should be considered as acceptable to all stakeholders. So we have like an opposition between the idea of over-tourism, too much tourism, and negative impacts associated with this idea. And the opposite, we have like a dead island where there is no tourist, nobody's living here. It's really like there is no one living there. So there is this, it is important to find where is the acceptable level. And we are not thinking of carrying capacity. We are thinking of the fact that they could be a lot of tourists during some period, but they also could be very less tourists in other period. And it's this balance, this equilibrium or these figures it is not a figure, it's a feeling that it is acceptable at the end, considering the whole year. Regarding that, our research is to understand this idea of which flows are acceptable. And in order to do that, we observed that the prerequisite for managing these tourist traffic flows is to have objective and quantified and recent data to measure actual and perceived visitors numbers. So there are two themes of study. The first one is about the feelings about tourism. So what are the opinion of the various stakeholders? Is tourism a good thing? What are the perceived benefits of tourism? What is the perception of the negative impacts? It is very important. It is manageable. What are the views on the future of tourism? And how sensitive they are to digital technology and its impact, because we will use digital technology. Second theme is about the flow measurement, something which is how many tourists, which tourists. It is marketing. When will they arrive? What are the capacity limits? What threshold? What measurement tools? And what are the benefits of digital for these measures? In order to, since we want to do something which involves all stakeholders, we undergone 3 survey sites and we obtained 86 interviews with different stakeholders. In Brittany, for France, we have 24 interviews. We went to Bali last June and we had 22 interviews. And we went to Split in Croatia and we had 40 interviews. The stakeholders we interviewed were local authorities, resident tourists, academics, institutions, and professionals. So, what are our results? Regarding Brittany, the results about the feeling about tourism, they know that there are real problems linked to tourist numbers. And in the press, in the media, it's very abundantly reported, a lot, which makes a big deal of it, can do a lot of harm because people, journalists are speaking about water shortage, traffic jams, etc. Putting this situation into perspective, there are tourist numbers that remain stable. Although there are a lot of conversation about the problems of tourist numbers, in fact, at the level of calculating the mall data, tourist numbers are still stable. In the last 15 years, there are not more overnight night stays than there are today. Too many people in the same area at the same time in July and August. Everyone goes to the same beach and to the same roads at the same time. This is much more a feeling than a difference of numbers. So it's an issue that needs to be addressed. And the idea is that if we do nothing, it would be really the worst decision. So perception of tourist members play a decisive role in stakeholders' attitudes, whatever the reality on the ground. And it's important to take this and to manage this, to do something, because there are more than 80,000 people that make their living from tourism in the region. So it's a real risk of shooting ourselves in the foot. It's our French expression. I don't know if you know, if you have the same. So we need to talk collectively. That this is the idea that we do things, we have to do things. Regarding flow measurement, there are existing data in Brittany. So we have a chain for collecting data from local authorities, tourist offices, regional tourist council, and there are a lot of consolidation of this data from different local sources and targeted survey. There are a lot of things, dashboard, and so the idea is no need for more. Even maybe with a small amount of data, we can already predict where peak visitors number will be. We can certainly do more with additional data on visitors to the region, but it's not essential. We have to do better. This is the general idea. We have to know where are, for example, excursionists. Also, we have the return of investment on island. We have also Airbnb, all this, it's like booking, collective booking, things like that. So, and if we have a look on digital technology, it is a well-identified level, but there are some barriers to investment. People are afraid that it will be too costly in time, budget, and risk. They say that even if it's something which is digital, it's just something which is not a magic tool. In France, we have the main phone operator, which is Orange, who has proposed something which is very, very nice, a good promising tools, but it's very limited. When we are in Ireland, it doesn't work. So we need to do something better. Regarding Bali, so tourism is very well received. Everyone agrees that the country needs tourists. There is no perceived overcrowding conversely to maybe to Brittany, except in a very touristy areas where there are a lot of traffic jam, but traffic jam in Bali, it's a national problem. And there are good relations with tourists, and problems are only caused by a minority of tourists who lack of respect of the places. There are different opinions on the future of tourism. For some, it's important to attract tourists at any price in order to make up for the losses of the COVID years. And for others, they consider, as for example, has explained Professor Hagun, that preserving culture is a priority, and it's important to think about a form of quality tourism, to be more respectful of culture and society. And also, in particular, there are concerns about the long-term side effects of tourism, which often overlap with a national issue. We have the depletion of water resources, the retreat of agricultural areas, social change, waste management, foreign ownership, land price, corruption, land artificialization. So there are also differences according to age, social class, weight of the local community, distance, and all that sort of. I'm checking if I'm not too long. Flow measurement. So quantitative measurement of exists at several levels, airport, port, etc. And if we go to the amplifying effect of digital technology and social networks, it could be at the same time a positive aspect because it amplifies the appeal of destination. And but at the same time, there are much more tourists coming on the same place because of, for example, the Instagram effect. And it's also a way to amplify the resonance of negative events. For example, the naked Russian tourist in a temple, which was which is forcing the government to devote more attention to the tourism issue, and considering that maybe Bali is really in need of more a view more centered in tourism into regarding the future. Results of CROW Asia. Our feeling of tourism, there are some assets, sea, sun, and heritage assets. So there is satisfaction of foreign tourists who appreciate to be here in the region, where tourism is considered as vital. But there are a great disparity between the beneficiaries of the spin-off from tourism. And even it could be dramatic situation when there is an intensive tourism. Particularly during the summer period for local residents who suffer really the negative impact with inflation, excessive cost of living, inaccessible housing, poorly paid jobs, exploitation, traffic, parking. It's very, very difficult. And there is a poorly regarded government today with little or no involvement in the well-being of residents. So there is really the local population is feeling that their quality of everyday life is really deteriorated. So also risk of loss of autonomy, know-how, production of manufactured product, and all that. So there is a feeling that it is important to take care of tourism and to take it differently. And regarding the flow measurement, there are some surveys available, but it's sporadic information and they need to go further on that. And they have the same ideas regarding digital. It's not a magic tool. And if it's not, it is important that it is easy to use. So we are thinking about the usability of the tool. So if we are analyzing the whole results, we can say that we need, maybe it's a question, do we have to embrace subjectivity? Feelings about tourism is a priority, is a priority. The sustainable tourism equation is well understood by the stakeholders. They know that it is important to set some limits and to think about a new trajectory, but without killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. So it's important to maintain and enhance the benefits of tourism and to minimize the negative impact. They consider also as stakeholders that there are they need to evaluate to work on this balance between perceived benefits and sacrifice. I'm going very quickly now, sure. So,
Professor, your time
yes.
is 5 minutes left.
Okay, I will
hope
finish.
it's
No
okay.
worry, I will be on the time. So the whole conclusion about feelings about tourism is that we need to do a better job of measuring the way people feel and the factors that determine this. And we need to do a better job on including stakeholders and particularly a resident in this measure. Regarding measuring traffic flows, it's not for the vast majority of players, the data is sufficient. The current data they have is sufficient. So what is necessary is to create something which is more usable. So we suggest in this situation to use participatory science to include residents and to measure actual and perceived visitors numbers. So the participatory science and innovation will be that we will do some citizen science. So this is the idea that we can use the active participation of the population, and it's a method that is already well known by researchers, and it offers the opportunity to enhance the capabilities of the scientific community. And because we can have a multitude of individuals observers, we can have a large volumes of data collected. It's reliable and highly effective at minimal cost. And the idea is also that we can use open innovation, like something which is on digital. In this innovation process, organizations are able to leverage internal resources using all the ability of the different stakeholders. So this open innovation and the strategic direction are with three steps. First axis is sharing governance between players. We have to collectively identify the project and the need and to raise awareness among all the stakeholders. Second axis will be to adapt a new development levels and thinking about local economy and not only environment. And so we need to also to think about local economy and to experiment new tools that are tailored to the territory specific context and expectation. And the third one is to make networking on local ecosystem in order to strengthen the cooperation by creating bridge between all the professionals and the resident and all the association. The tool prototypes we have is what is the main request we have is to have something which is useful and operational, which is a sustainable tool. It should be not expensive. It should be modular, adaptable, reusable, replicable, and scalable. And which should give added value for all the participants. Success condition will be scientific rigor, project approach, technical solution, and onboard stakeholders. For the moment, we are working on that, and the definition of study objective are done. We are working on the protocols. We have a colleague which is already able to make observer training. Sorry, there is a mistake, a copy. And observation phase, we will do it normally next year with monitoring, sampling, and control. And we have already the tool, the technical tool on smartphone able for the stakeholders. After, we will have to make verification, reliability, consolidation, and feedback to the process. The idea is it works like that. We have a solution on the website with databases, and the users registrate, and after they have just one notification per day, and they have one question about, for example, have you seen 20 tourists, 200 tourists, 2,000 tourists in front of your house today? So it will be very simple, just one question, and after it's okay. Today we have the project approach. We have the technical tool, which is functional, and we have to convince the different stakeholders, and especially the mayor of the different islands. For example, when we spoke with them in order to propose them the tool, they say, oh, people already complain when we ask them to sort waste. So counting on them to count waste, it won't work. It's a delusion of researchers. So we have to convince them. Thank you very much. This is our main challenge. Thank you. I wish I was on the time.
Okay, it's fine, Professor Christine. So thank you for your presentations. We have how many hours or how many minutes? We have maybe like 15-30 minutes for the discussion section. For question and answer for the invited speaker, I would like to invite for the participant to join. You can write down the chat or the questions in the chat, or you can address directly your questions. Bapak Agung, are you still there, Pak Agung? Join in the meetings?
Yes, he's here.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay. So maybe while we waiting for the question from the participants, so I have a questions for you, Bapak Agung. First, like you are discussing about the regenerative tourism, which is actually it's not kind something new, but the activity related to the Professor Geoffrey said before, it's a kind of activities, yeah, to what we can save the present time. And what do you think about the regenerative tourism could be developed as an alternative to mass tourism to reduce one of the impact of mass tourism, such as the increasing number of land conversion from rice field to tourism accommodation like hotel or villas?
yes. I think we cannot choose one of the mass or regenerative tourism. So they will running hand in hand. In a certain area, when you got already like in say mangrove forest, there are already many tourists coming there. For example, every day is about 1,000 or 1,000 more visitors. You can imagine that is like a mass tourism, but they are doing the visitor management. They control number of visitors entering the sanctuary. Yeah, they have a gate and they are controlling the gate. So when it's already reached the number they think that's enough, they will ask the visitor to wait for until there are some visitors going out. That's the visitor management can do. But it's different to regenerative tourism. The regenerative tourism is about the bring benefits to the destination. For example, nature, yeah, bring benefit to the nature, bring benefit to the host community. So in many cases, the sustainable tourism is only reduce the impact or minimize the impact or keep it is, don't destroy it. But regenerative tourism is bring it better. When you leave the destination, you hope that the money you spend will bring the destination better. For example, in the mangrove forest, they buy land and they extend the forest. It means it's good for the mangrove. They have a wider habitat. And also for the community will get some funding when they are joining the cremation ceremony, or they paid for the health coverage and so on. And when there is a temple renovation, they do need to pay extra money. and it can be used from the money from the ticketing. So it's little bit different, yeah, about the regenerative tourism and the mass and quality tourism. Even though there's a mass tourism, but they can be a regenerative tourism as long as they know how to manage the visitor. The problem is almost many of in Bali or Indonesia don't have the visitor management
Okay, can be
enough. They just, yeah. Yes, they can give a visitor go inside, for example. But now they try to control with the price of the ticket, like in Borobudur, the price of the ticket, and also in Komodo, the price of the ticket, try to control the visitor. But they can also using the controlling the visitor without different price, something like that.
Okay, continue with the chat, Dr. Agung. So there question from Ilham Junaid. Could you give examples of green practices and sustainable practices in tourism? Bapak Agung, are you still there? Okay, while we're waiting for Pak Agung join with us, I'm going back to the Professor Christine. Professor Christine?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm interested in the what you said before in the presentation about the citizen science approach. Would you mind to explain to us about it, and what, when we talk about the citizen science, can be said that the participatory or the engagement of the community itself is being the important part of the approachment. Can you explain to us?
Yes, yes, with pleasure. Thank you for this question. It's very on the topic, because what is citizen science is a new name, because previously we spoke much more about participatory science, and the definition is that it is a scientific research which is conducted but with the active participation of the population at various stages of the research. So it could be during the collection of the data, it could also be during the analysis of the data, or even to the definition of the protocols. For example, you are thinking about involving population to participate, and maybe they could be very specialist on the topic you're working on. For example, it was done for working on the analysis of stars. Maybe you know this this story about how to do participatory science on. There are some projects which are very well known about that. It's we speak about participatory research, and it is a very well known one. Was done about, for example, working on. I don't remember the name exactly of this idea, but it was something which when we are doing nature review, for example, you are trying to identify new butterflies, you can ask all participants in a period of butterflies that you have a look and take a picture of these little butterflies in order to identify new species, for example. And if you are just one researcher going on the place, he has just the ability to see what he's seeing. It's very little. But if you are asking all the inhabitants to participate, they can, it's a way to multiply the observers. So it's very, very well known and very useful for that. In France, it's also used. I don't know how to translate the word. I'm looking for the translation about animals, insects, which are ticks. I don't know if you know this. It's insects which are very dangerous they can give the maladie de Lyme. I don't know if it's a Lyme disease. It's something which is very bad for inhabit people. And during, for example, the period, people can make a lot of pictures in the way that we can identify where are the places. So this definition is that, and it's a potential something which very well established. So it's based on the volunteer training, statistical measurements, and all that. The idea, the benefits is that you have a multitude of individual observers. It's a way to have a large volumes of data. And most of the time it's very reliable because you have a lot of information, so you can do statistics. And it's also very, very, it's not costly. So your first, and in fact, what is obvious is that the involvement, the engagement of participants and of population is crucial because they represent the whole set of observers. I don't know if yes, I replied very longly, but it's thank you. Yes, it's that. I'm looking on the other questions there.
Okay, yeah, there's another questions. I will continue with the other question, but actually I still have another to ask, but let's keep it and go to the participant right now. So from Bapak Ilham Junaid, he asking about can you give an example for the best practice for waste management in the island destinations?
I think that it could be I think regarding waste management, there are two aspects. There is a question about the fact that people threw their trash into the sea. And yes, this is a problem. I think for that, we have to work much more on the sensibilization of the inhabitants in order to help them see what they change the way they behave. It's something which is different, but maybe you can help them by by asking them where we have to put the garbage, for example. If maybe they threw that in out of the house in the sea because there is no garbage, so maybe you can ask them to help you define a protocol where to put the can. Is it clear? The can, the trash, la poubelle. I'm looking for the word. I think it's a right word. Dustbin. That's not the dustbin, but the bin.
Trash can, yeah.
Trash can, okay. So maybe you can involve them in, so there is something to change their behavior, but also to help them changing their behavior. So maybe they can help you in order to define where we need to have this bin, this trash can. And maybe it's the first step, not defining where you want. You think it's a good idea, but where they need it to throw the garbage. The other question is, can we have a better example of this participatory rapid approach? In France, what we have also, we have a sea trash. It's because when there are high tide, you have a lot of trash coming from the sea, and what we are asking people or offering them the opportunity is that there can trash can which are displayed on near the entrance and the exit of the beach. So people, when they are going and having a tour on the place, they can take the trash they see and they can put it on the trash bin at the outside of at the exit. And it's a way to ask for participation from the inhabitants. When you are having a tour, you are not doing something which it is not working. You just take one or two trash, put them in a bag, and after you put them on the trash can. And it's nothing very it's not difficult for you to do it, but if everybody is participating, at the end, the beach will be clean. It's an example. I'm not sure it's
Actually, in Bali, have a program like Clean Beach. by inviting the tourists to join to clean the beach area because of the trash itself. But then, Professor Christine, I will jump up to the Pak Agung after the last question from Bapak Ilham, which is actually related to on my question. Does participatory science have the same principle as a participatory rapid appraisal? Please answer it quickly.
Oh, maybe I'm not. Can you explain me a little what is a participatory rapid appraisal? I'm not sure I understood well. I understand well.
Okay, maybe we can invite Bapak Ilham to give a kind of explanation about what he talked about.
I think it should, if I understood well, I think we have on the same idea. Participatory science are more or less, it's when you are doing, if I understood well, participatory appraisal
Okay.
is a part of participation science or citizen science.
Yeah, participatory rapid appraisal or
Yes,
PRI
of the same
is
principle. Okay, yes,
the same.
if I replay it quickly, yes, it is the same principle.
Yeah, it's the same principle that involves the active participant of local community to join the result. Is
Yes.
it right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now I jump up to Putri Jolie, who have a question addressed to Pak Agung, Dr. Agung.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
okay. So I
Okay.
would like to answer maybe two questions at the same time, Ilham, before asking also about the green tourism. Actually, in Bali, we starting at the year 2000 for the green tourism certification, especially in the green hotels. So we are working with the Green Globe and then with the Earth Check to do the certification. There were some hotel involved, and now there are so many hotel already has been awarded for the green hotel certification. Also from the government in year 2015, also doing the green hotel certification in a national level by the Ministry of Tourism. I was involved as an assessor there. For example, in Bali, there are Melia hotels, and Putri Bali, and also Maya, Ubud, Maya, Sanur, and there are some other 5-star hotel and also some 4-star hotel has been awarded the Green Hotel certificate by the Green Globe or Earth Check, or maybe from the Green Hotel Award by the government of Indonesia. And I said the focus is always on the three things: environment, economic, and socio-culture, of course. So in the global green hotel or green certification, they focus more on environment, especially on the energy use. The energy use related to the climate change. Of course, this the main point. The second is about the energy saving. Yeah. The third is about the natural resources conservation, water conservation, and also the fourth is about the waste management and wastewater treatment. And then also they focus on the social. Social is mean what the benefit for the social, corporate social responsibility, and economic benefit for the local people. How the local people can be given chance to get benefit from tourism in the hotel and so on. There are for the hoteliers, and also they focus on the environmental management system. That is about the policy. Do they have environmental management system in place? And do they do the implementation? Do they check regularly about what they have done. Do they compare the result to the national standard or to the international standard? So when it's happened and then they do better and pass the criteria, and they will get the green hotel certification. Later on, in the year 2019, the Ministry of Tourism starting doing the green, what we call, Desa Wisata, Sustainable Tourism Village, Desa Wisata Berkelanjutan. In Bali, there are already 3 tourism villages being given the Sustainable Tourism Village certification by the Ministry of Tourism. The first is Pemutaran Village, the second is Penglipuran, the third is Tarung. So I think there will be another one. I forgot one in Buleleng area. In Banyuwangi, there are also 2, I think. What we call Taman Sari and another one near the Ijen. And there are some in Yogyakarta, Lageran, and so on. They are joining the certification of tourism village, Sustainable Tourism Village assessment by the ISTC, Indonesian Sustainable Tourism Council, the hand of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, and myself, one of the assessor in the ISTC. So that's my answer for both of you, Ilham, and also Ibu Jolly. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agung. So we still have 1 minute left, and I would like to read the question from Desis Mautuka. This question is addressed to the Professor Christine. Professor Christine, so Desis is a postgraduate student, and she has questions about your presentation. You said that open innovation, strategic duration, and you find the 3 axes. So this could probably seen it's a kind of interpretation of the axis and related with the economic, social, and tourism. Professor Christine?
Yes, I'm here. I'm not sure I understand very well the question.
Yeah, maybe it is related to your presentation that you found the axis, is it right?
Yes, I presented.
Yeah.
Yes, I presented.
Maybe you could probably make a kind of interpretation of your finding.
Okay. So we have three direction in order to promote this open innovation. There is three axes to work for us. Okay, it's not it's how to say, it's based on our interpretation of the results. We identify there as 3 elements, 3 direction in order to work, in order to make this open innovation operational and used, and to test it on destinations involved by this problem of managing the flows. First point is that it is participatory science. So we need to share governance between the different players. So this is the idea of having all the stakeholders participating in the discussion. So we have to make a collective identification of the project on the needs they have. For example, for the visitors, what they need to know, for the residents, what they need to know, and for the firms, for example, what they need to know. For example, if you imagine there is a bakery, it's regularly a problem we have in the island of Ilomuan. It's a little island very close to the continent. They have a lot of people coming, and the baker finds a restaurant on the island, needs to have information about how many tourists are on board in the little boat to come to my island, because I know that in 2 hours there will be, I don't know, 25 people asking for a sandwich, and I do not have enough bread to make these sandwiches. If there are 40 people on the boat, if it's only 20, it's okay. But if it's 40, it's not okay. I need to buy more or to cook more bread. So each one has particular needs, and we have to have in mind what are the different needs, not only the needs of making a statistic about all the tourists coming, but concrete needs they have to manage the presence of tourists. And second idea is regarding the sharing important government, is to raise their awareness that they can participate, and they have some control, and they are able to, they are useful. They are able to help the researchers and all the management process. Second axis is how to identify how to involve the people and to adopt new development levers, for example, economic. And we insist on the fact that it is important to develop more local economy and to adapt also the tools. For example, when I spoke about the Orange tool available, which is a huge firm, it's not adapted to the situation. We need to have tailored offers. It's important. For example, the island is only little, or if the island is huge, they do not have the same needs. And the third axis is to develop more networking on the spot. For example, most of the time they are working like in a filière, in sectors. For example, auto lodgers are working with other lodgers, and they do not think to speak more with other partners, like leisure partners. It's the idea that you have to really create a networking of all the economic and local system in order to make better cooperation between the different partners. And we can also do institutions are not speaking enough with association, with the entrepreneurs, and it's important to make more communication. So this is the three ideas. I wish I have.
Okay, this is.
There
I
is
hope
no
it is
link.
okay.
Excuse me, to reply to the question, maybe there is no link, direct link regarding economic, social, and
tourism.
environment.
Okay, economic, social, and environment.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope it answered your question. This is, the matter of the time, so we have to end up the session discussions. So before I turn this section to the Master of Ceremony of this conference, so allow me to extend my gratitude to the invited
Christine open
speaker.
the video, asking Christine open the video so they can take picture.
Sorry. I need to go on another computer because my
Oh,
computer.
no, that's
I'm
okay.
very sorry.
Oh,
no, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah.
Remember,
Okay.
my computer was working on the camera, but not on the audio. So I went to another computer for having audio. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay, Professor Christine. So I continue to express my gratitude to the invited speaker for the sharing, and also the deepest appreciation to the audience, which is really active, and it makes the conference sounding such as. And thank you once again. I hope this conference will truly enlightening and also giving an inspiring experience to all of you audience. So once again, give applause to four of our invited speaker for today. And I turn the time to Master Ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our session today that already led smoothly by the moderator, Dr. Anti. So thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we arrive at the end of our conference, now it's time to continue again with another parallel session. So please get ready and prepare yourself to go to each designated room for the parallel session. And please don't forget to check and double check, of course, the theme, the speakers for the parallel session itself. So enjoy the parallel session.
Welcome to the new era of smart tourism, with digital ID for paperless traveler. Speed Tour, the latest innovation from Speed ID app, takes you around the world in a smarter, more personal, and enjoyable way. With Smart Tour Planner, plan your journey your way. Input your time, type of tour, and also budget, and let our AI craft the perfect travel itinerary for you. Find the ideal place to stay. From luxury hotels to cozy lodgings, get the best hotel recommendations to fit your budget. Discover tourist attractions close to your hotel. Enjoy the beauty and uniqueness of each destination without wasting time. Navigate the city with ease. Choose a vehicle that suits your needs and enjoy your journey freely. Find the best souvenir centers. Take home unforgettable memories from each of your journeys. Experience authenticity in village tourism. Witness living culture and traditions at every corner of the village. Find the recommended city's destination to complete your journeys. Create the best reputation for your city.
ISTC supports the flagship of Sustainable Tourism Development Program. Encourages national and international stakeholders to actively engage in ST Dev Circles platform, and with numerous initiatives and activities, in the conception, planning, development, design, and implementation of all project. To bridge opportunities for many parties to develop their network among stakeholders and to support the establishment and strengthening the practice of sustainable tourism.
Kami menyambut gembira inisiatif Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Council dan seluruh stakeholders untuk mengembangkan Sustainable Tourism Development Circle agar mendorong percepatan jejaring inovasi dan kolaborasi bagi para pihak dalam tentunya membangun pariwisata yang semakin berkualitas dan berkelanjutan.
Sahabat kepariwisataan berkelanjutan yang saya hormati, inisiatif untuk membentuk Sustainable Tourism Development Circle adalah wujud dari penguatan jejaring, kolaborasi, konvergensi, dan inovasi pembangunan kepariwisataan berkelanjutan dengan dukungan semua pihak. Dengan demikian kita sepakat dan berkomitmen terhadap upaya Indonesia untuk menjadi Sustainable Hub di kawasan Asia Pasifik. Kami berharap inisiatif dan semangat ini dapat terus mendorong berbagai kerangka kerja yang bisa dilakukan secara bersama-sama. Salam lestari, salam tourism development.
Sustainable Tourism Development Strategy adalah wujud nyata keseriusan Indonesia bagi pariwisata berkelanjutan. STDF Circle yang terdiri atas berbagai pemangku kepentingan pariwisata Indonesia diperlukan untuk melaksanakan strategi ini secara intensional.
Humans are the center of sustainable tourism. Their coexistence as a network initiated by Sustainable Tourism Development Circle is a strategic mission requiring support from various parties to evolve into a nationwide movement who can contribute in building sustainable tourism in Indonesia in the long run. Let's build this together.
Kami mendukung dan semoga dengan pengembangan STDF Circle bisa menjadi ruang kolaborasi antar pemangku kepentingan untuk pengembangan pariwisata berkelanjutan di Indonesia.
Salam pesona Indonesia. Kita semua akan menghadapi tantangan pariwisata berkelanjutan yang lebih berat di masa mendatang. Untuk itu, perlu adanya kolaborasi multi pihak yang membentuk ekosistem yang lebih baik. Pariwisata yang lebih ramah lingkungan, mengedepankan kepentingan bersama, serta memperhatikan budaya kearifan lokal. Adanya STDF Circle akan sangat membantu kita semua untuk mewujudkan hal tersebut.
Sebagai negara kepulauan, Indonesia memiliki potensi dan kekuatan sumber daya alam dan budaya yang beragam. Untuk itu, marilah kita bersama-sama bangkit menuju pariwisata berkelanjutan, berdaulat, berkualitas, dan bermartabat. Selamat atas peluncuran Sustainable Tourism Development Circles, menjadi spirit kita bersama-sama, maju bersama kita bisa.
Selamat untuk STDF Circle sebagai jejaring komunikasi dan kolaborasi pembangunan pariwisata berkelanjutan. Semoga menjadi pendorong perjalanan untuk memperkuat sustainable tourism di Indonesia.
Untuk merajut diskusi pengembangan kepariwisataan berkelanjutan yang komprehensif, mulai dari arah kebijakan dan strategi, implementasi program, hingga lesson learned dan acknowledgement atas dukungan para pemangku kepentingan seperti pengelola destinasi, industri, pemerintah, akademisi, dan bahkan kalangan muda melalui Sustainable Development Circle yang telah di-launching pada hari ini.
Semoga Sustainable Development Circle dapat mewujudkan spirit untuk memperkokoh orkestrasi pembangunan kepariwisataan berkelanjutan melalui kolaborasi, jejaring, dan konvergensi dari para pihak. Semangat pariwisata lestari.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference 2023, Future Tourism Beyond Sustainability. I'm Raka Dalam, the chairperson for panel session 3. Make sure that you come to this venue, the main room for this session, for panel session 3. This session, I think it's running about 30 minutes late, so all the timeline that you've been received before should be adjusted. So we're going to start now. It's 32 minutes past 17 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, I would like to invite the first speaker for this session. Would like to call Prince Charles Heston Runtunu. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. welcome to this session. So I would like to introduce that Prince Heston Runtunu will be presenting his presentation today entitled Does Ecotourism Development Affect Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises? Evidence from Eastern Indonesia. Okay, time is for you. Mr. Prince, 10 minutes. Thank you. Please.
Okay, thank you so much for the section chair. Can I share my PPT?
Please.
It's already you on the screen?
Yes, it's coming on the screen. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Prince Charles Heston Runtunu, but you also can call me my nickname Charles. I from Higher University, exactly from Faculty of Economics and Business, and I'm very grateful for today can present here to presenting my paper in the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference 2023. Because the time is too short and very limited, I will make shortly. The title of our paper for today is Does Ecotourism Development Affect Micro, Small and Micro Enterprises? Evidence from Eastern Indonesia. Before I start, I want to disclaim that Eastern Indonesia, exactly, I conduct this research in North Maluku, exactly. And, the tourist attraction we know can influence the world of tourism, especially the tourist destination offered to the wider community. A tourism product requires target development in order to create tourist destination that is widely known by the in order to create tourism destination that's widely known by the public as a tourist destination that is able to satisfy the tourist appetite of tourists both domestically and internationally. Indonesia is an archipelagic country with almost 70% of its territory covered by water. Approximately about 13,466 islands have a wealth of natural resources and biodiversity. So it makes the potential of Indonesia that can be developed to improve the economy, one of the richest tourism potential. The diversity of natural resources, flora and fauna, culture, and historical remains of Indonesia is an attraction in the development of Indonesian tourism. So with the North Maluku has many beautiful destinations that can amaze anyone. Some have hidden locations, so few tourists know about the place, such as like Jikomalama Beach. It's the beauty of a hidden underwater paradise in Ternate. Jikomalama Beach is a relatively new tourist destination in Ternate City. However, which is beauty and uniqueness because the people of Ternate City have made this beach popular and for the tourism spot. You can see the picture in the slide. There's a very beautiful sea garden and beach in the Malama Beach. I took some data, but not the new ones one because we have very difficult to find the newest data, but I find from 2017 and until 2019, we find that the number of visitors of tourism in Jikumoloma Beach is very amazing, because from 70,000 visit increased until 2019 to 72,000, about 72,000 visitor to the Jikumoloma Beach. The current trend is that visit Jikumoloma Beach are more popular compared to some other place in Maluku, especially in Ternate. So we can say in here, tourism development carried out by the government and the private sector has increased the number of tourist arrival from one area to another. We took some compare about the research about tourism from Ariaviana 2016 about the potential analysis and development of beach tourism attraction in the city of Semarang, and the results show that the beach tourism attraction that occupies the main property in development in Marina Beach based on the highest combined potentials is in line with the previous research from Suryani 2017. Tourism development carried out by the government and the private sector has increased the number of tourist arrivals from one area to another. So finally, my research question in this paper is about, I want to know, does attraction affect the income? Does ecotourism value influence the income? And partially, both of them, I want to see simultaneously about effect of the attraction and ecotourism to the income, the Jikumoloma Beach, especially for the society and around of the place of Jikumoloma Beach. In line with the research question, of course, the purpose of this research to knowing the influence of attraction, the influence of tourism to the income of Jikumoloma Beach tourism traders. For the basic theory I use in this paper, the first about income theory. From income theory, we can see shows the total amount of money received by an individual or a household during the certain period of time, usually 1 year. Income consists of wages or labor received, income from wealth such as rent, interest, and dividends, as well as financial payment or received from government such as social benefits or unemployment insurance. And the ecotourism. We want to know what is the ecotourism. Ecotourism is nature-based tourism that involves education, interpretation of the environment, and is managed sustainably. The existence of ecotourism is an extent of ecotourism is an area affect the lives of people around the area. For this research, we took a population of about 100 people, which is with the characteristic is the respondent were we took from visitor and seller around of the Jikumoloma Beach tourist attraction. We use the model y is alpha 0 point plus beta 1 x1 plus beta 2 x2 and plus error based on determining of number of respondents to be used as sample. Researchers use a solving technique with the following formula, which is in this research a percentage of 6.6% was used as the sampling error limits. Okay, this is the amount of variable I use in this research: attraction x1, ecotourism x2, and the income y. And finally, I can describe in here about the result and discussion about the attraction to the income. You can see that the T-count is about 3.597 and a significant value of 0.601. The table result at the level is significant. It can be seen that count is 0.597 more than the table, and the degrees of count more less than 0.05. So we can conclude that the attractiveness has an effect on income. Why? Because the tourist attraction based on the law of the Republic of Indonesia, number 10, 2009, is anything that has uniqueness, convenience, and value in the form of the diversity of natural culture and made product that are targeted or visit tourists. But however, of these 5 elements, the ones most seen by the most tourist area is facilities and of course the attraction. The tourist object and attraction are one of the most important elements in the world of tourism, where tourist object and attraction can make the government program successful in preserving the nation custom and culture as asset that can be sold to tourists. So we can say in here that tourist object and attraction can be nature, culture, lifestyle, and so on, which is have appeal and selling point for the tourists to visit or enjoy. In a broad sense, anything that has tourist attraction or attract tourists can be called a tourist object and attraction. And the next about the relation about ecotourism to income of the statistic, we find that we can see that the T count is about 5.776 and more than the table 1.660, and the degree of confidence is 0.100, less than 0.05. So we can say in here that the tourism, ecotourism variable has an effect on income. Activities around ecotourism area provide tourists with insight to environment education that enjoy the beautiful environment and make tourists have a greater sense of nature. In line with the Kemporaning et al. 2020, that they say the ecotourism is special tourism activity. This particularly form of tourism activity means that ecotourism is often positioned as the opposite of mass tourism. The difference with mass tourism is the characteristic of the product market. This difference have implication for typical needs, planning, and management. The ecotourism resources consist of natural resources and human resources, which can be integrated into integrated component for tourism use. So we can say in here that ecotourism is consists of 3. First, nature tourism is tourism activity aimed of experiencing natural condition or panoramic attraction. The second is cultural tourism is tourism with cultural riches as a tourist attraction with an emphasis on educational aspect. And the last of the third is ecotourism. Green tourism or alternative tourism is environmentally oriented tourism to bridge the interest of protecting natural resources or environment and the tourism industry. And finally, we can say my conclusion in this paper is partially the attractiveness has a positive effect on the income, and the second, ecotourism value has a positive effect on the income too. And for simultaneously, we can say, according to my research, attractiveness and ecotourism, both of these 2 variables have a positive effect on income, because by 24.3% we find show the result, which means that the attraction and ecotourism will value will increase the income on jika Malomobis tourism. I think that's all. But for my suggestion in this research, maintain income or increase income, the local government and local community should add or maintain existing facilities and infrastructure at Jikomloma Beach tourism so as the attract an increased number of visitors. And for the next researcher, because the area of this research is only of one area specified in Jikomoloma Beach, maybe for the next research can make a widely area or more large area for the some place big potential to develop for the tourism to make the income of the society around the tourist place make higher and make a development for the prosperity of the society. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you so much. We will back to the section here.
Okay, thank you very much, Charles, for your presentation. I think that's terrific. We have to continue to the second speaker, but I would like to remind again to the next speaker that you have to really stick with the timeline that we provided, that you have 10 minutes only for your presentation. I would like to call the second presenter, Muhammad, Jarod Heru Santoso, and Arifin. Are you there?
Check. Hi, sir. Can you hear me? Cek. Bisa terdengar, saudara?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear my voice? I'm going to turn off my camera. I believe the connection is not pretty good.
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Could you help
I think I'm
me
going to. I think I'm going to turn off my camera.
Help to.
Is it okay right now? Is it better?
Yeah. Could you help me? I think there's something wrong with the. I couldn't really.
Connection. My connection or what?
I couldn't
Sir, are you
hear
there?
the speaker.
Is it clear? Is it clear? My voice? Anyone?
Is that all right?
Yeah. I think it's clear, right? Is it clear?
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Very clear.
Check.
Very clear.
Okay, Arifin. Okay.
Yes.
Arifin will be present the next paper on participation and public expectation for Meliwang Metu Banyune as a village tourism development program. Okay. To Mr. Arifin, time.
Yes.
Time for you, 10 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going to turn off my camera because I think my connection is not stable enough. Okay. Thank you very much, sir, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I wish that my voice could reach you. And thank you very much also for this opportunity. I would like to present our research. Actually, there is Mr. Muhammad and also Mr. Jarod, but I think they couldn't attend the meeting for today. I'm so sorry about that. And in just 10 minutes, so I'm going to highlight the main point. So we conducted a research entitled The Participation and Public Expectation, actually local expectation, for Meliwang Mentu Banyune as a village tourism development programs. Actually, this is the evaluation research. Actually, we try to evaluate these programs related to the local participation and expectation toward the programs. So, Meliwang Mentu Banyune is a program conducted by the PT Solusi Bangun Indonesia. This phrase, Meliwang Mentu Banyune, is derived from Javanese words, which mean Meliwang is a place in Tuban, and Mentu or Mentu is kind of like in English we can say came out, and Banyune is kind of like water. So if we try to translate it into English, it's kind of like that Meliwang have a water. And in this area, the water is hard to find. And the background of our study, the Meliwang Mentu Banyune programs in Meliwang Tourism Village aims to empower the local community and enhance their economic well-being. This program was initiated by PT Solusi Bangun Indonesia as a part of the company contribution to the community. And this program will be implemented only in there to support from all the, this program will be implemented only if there is support from all the parties and the community, especially from the local community. And then one of the support which can be done by the community by involving themselves to participate in this program. Community participation is closely related to the expectation that they will have get or what they would get from this program. So the expectation of this program would drive community participation. If they believe that the program is beneficial for them, they would participate without any forces. Without expectation, there will be no participation within the community. Without the existence of that participation, the program that is expected to be improved, the local community economy will not run smoothly. If the program doesn't run, the tourists couldn't run the investment, raise income, and generate employment. So we believe by conducting this research, we are providing an evaluation of the community participation within the program Meliwang Mentu Banyune. So that's the background of our research. And then the research method. Our research method is kind of like the evaluation that will be beneficial for the community and also for the company to decide what is the next movement. Primary data came from the document, interview, survey, or observation. Participation should complete 45 question survey to provide information about their expectation and participation. And we did the qualitative data gathering through in-depth interviews. The main objective of this research actually, we would like to evaluate to improve the well-being of the community in the context of environmental and economic aspects. This will help to determine the level of community participation and expectation. We try to find out satisfaction level of the local community. It is satisfied, very satisfied, unsatisfied, or very unsatisfied. So here are the results. We try to evaluate this aspect in Meliwang Mentu Banyune. The first aspect is the expectation and participation in the planning and development of this program. If the community has a proper expectation through this program, they would actively participate in the planning and development of the program. This is actually the first step in conducting the program. And the second aspect that we were examining is in this process of evaluation and monitoring. When the program runs, the evaluation and monitoring are needed to formulate the next movement. What needs to be improved, what needs to be terminated, and so on and so forth. And the last one, we will examine the participation in the benefit of the programs. If the local community, if they knew the benefit of this program, would they participate actively in this program to support the program or not? This is what we were trying to find out at the time. And the conclusion, I'm not going to take a lot of time. The level of participation and also the expectation of Meliwang Mentu Banyune in Meliwang Tourism Village can be categorized as interactive participation. Interactive participation is a form of engagement in which individuals actively contribute in process and also decision. Participation by the community will determine the community position. It means that the position is the community ability to have a power to managing their resources. I think that's all, and I believe it's enough. Thank you very much, sir and miss.
That's the presentation from Mr. Arifin. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
We move to the next presenter. I would like to call Gusti Putu Bagus Sastrawan Mananda and Nyoman Ariana. Are you there? Could the second presenter take out the slide presentation from screen, please?
We are here.
Excuse me for Arifin.
I couldn't stop it. Where is the? Please, sir, the next presentation helped me to end this presentation. Sorry about that. You can try to start news. Okay. Oh, sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, I would like to introduce, the next presenter is Gusti Bagus Sastrawan Mananda and Inyoman Ariana, yeah? Are you there? I think.
Yes, we are here.
All right.
Yeah.
The third papers presented entitled Education Impact on Entrepreneurship in Balinese Tourism, Enhancing Stakeholder Skills. Please, 10 minutes for you.
Thank you
Mananda.
very much.
Thank you.
Can I share screens?
Yes, please.
Okay, can we see it? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the time given to us. Okay. So our topic for today is about education's impact on entrepreneurship in Balinese tourism, which is enhancing stakeholder skills. So this study aims to investigate the significance of educational initiatives and training programs in fostering entrepreneurial abilities amongst individuals involved in the tourism sector in Bali. By exploring the impact of education on entrepreneurial skill development, the research endeavors to identify key factors contributing to successful entrepreneurship within the Balinese tourism industry. And the research methodology involved a combination of qualitative and quantitative using regression analysis approach. And the surveys, interview, and case study were conducted also among diverse range of stakeholders, including business owner, employees, educators, and government representatives involved in the Balinese tourism sector. Analysis was carried out to gauge the influence and effectiveness of various educational strategies and training programs in enhancing entrepreneurial skill. And the finding reveals a significant correlation between educational interventions and the development of entrepreneurial skills among stakeholders in the Balinese tourism industry. And the regression analysis yielded statistically significant models, which is 15.36, which is quite high, indicating that the model is significant in predicting entrepreneurial skills among stakeholders in Balinese tourism. And in terms of level of education was found to be statistically significant, which the beta value of 0.532. And this implies that for each additional years of education, there is a 0.532 increase in entrepreneurial skills holding other variable, which is constant. And type of trainings, the coefficient for specific training programs was also significant with beta value of 0.421. This indicates that participation in specialized training programs, for example, like hotel industries, which is they can find an opportunities in hotels, for example, results in 0.421 increase in entrepreneurial skill controlling for other variables. And R square, the overall model explained approximately 63% of the variance in entrepreneurial skills among stakeholders in Balinese tourism, signifying a moderate to strong predictive capability.
And the findings suggest that investing in education can have a positive impact on the entrepreneurial skills of stakeholders in Balinese tourism. Policymakers, educators, and those involved in the development of entrepreneurial ecosystem might find this result valuable for making informed decisions to support education initiatives in the context of fostering entrepreneurial skills in the Balinese tourism sector. And another findings that we can find, which is formal education and vocational trainings, is around 30% make an impact on, especially this includes general business acumen, communication skill, and critical thinking. And the next one, industry-specific knowledge, is around 40%. In many cases, have a deep understanding of the industry, especially in tourism industry, which one plans to start a business is crucial. Industry-specific knowledge can help entrepreneurs in identify opportunities, understand market trends, and navigate challenge more effectively. Networking and mentorship also 30%, which is building a strong network of contact and having access to mentorship can provide valuable insight, guidance, and opportunities. Networking can open doors to partnership, funding, and other critical resources for entrepreneurship. So in conclusion, this research underscores the pivotal roles of education in saving entrepreneurial success within the Balinese tourism industry. The finding emphasize the needs for tailored educational programs that combine formal education, vocational trainings, and industry-specific knowledge to foster a new generations of entrepreneurs equipped to navigate the unique challenge and the opportunities of the Balinese tourism landscape. Additionally, promoting networking and mentorship initiative can further enhance the entrepreneurial ecosystem in these dynamic sectors. That's all my presentations. I will give it back to Pak Gung Raka.
Move to the fourth presenter, started from 1804. The fourth presenter is Professor Satriawan Syok Anom Bayu Sadia Mara. Professor Satriawan, are you there? Oh, I see.
Yes, I am ready, Mr. Agung.
Okay, Professor Satriawan will present his paper on agri-tourism management adaptation strategy in new normal era, study on agri-tourism in Gianyar Regency. Okay, please, time for you 10 minutes, Professor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Agung. Good afternoon, all speaker, presenter, audience. I hope all of you healthy, happy, and peace. My title of presentation now about agri-tourism management adaptation strategy in new normal era. Studi kasus on agri-tourism in Gianyar Regency. My team research, I'm Iketut Satriawan and Cokorda Anom Bayu Sadiasmara. I'm from Department of Agro-Industrial Technology, Udayana University. As we know, the pandemic COVID consequence, the tourism Bali is declined. Bali economic structure consists of tourism, agriculture, and industry, small industry, so that the economic is declined. A nightmare that has become a reality is experienced by agro-tourism actor and the supporting sector. So that the synergy agriculture and tourism damaging the agriculture value chain system created by agro-tourism. The domain Bali income come from the tourism sector, and I know all of participants now too, and it is relatively difficult to switch to other sector in short time. So that there are prospective of the opportunity for tourist interest are predicted. Tourist attraction including agritourism must develop adaptive strategy in preparing their operation in new normal era. Research objective, first one, identify the existing strength and weakness factor as well as the opportunity and obstacle faced to see the prospect. Develop and determine priority for adaptation strategy that need to be recommended for agritourism in the new normal area. The location was chosen purposefully in Gianyar Regency because the district Gianyar Regency is have number of agrotourism and growing very rapidly. A type of agrotourism exists is assumed to representative in agrotourism in Bali. The analysis of agrotourism internal factor for strength have 9 items. The first is agro-industrial product as souvenir, followed by photo spots, strong local community involvement, the world tourism center because there are in Bali, agrotourism have a lot of attraction like agri experience in agri recreation, agri sell and agri-tainment, and very unique based on local wisdom. And weakness, limited fund for develop agritourism, and promotion via social media still less intense. Weakness in managing agrotourism and conflict of interest for use of land agriculture. For external factor, there are opportunity about back to nature tourist trend, Bali's niche brand, staycation activity after COVID pandemic and then many young people higher education qualification becoming a farmer and interesting photo spot. For trades, there are availability of raw material for agro-industrial product, competition between tourist attraction, strict for the and the matrix analysis internal factor evaluation, we calculate that total internal factor evaluation, strength and weakness about 2.87. And then the matrix analysis of external factor evaluation, total opportunity and threats 2.65. And then the quadrant 5 is the position of internal factor evaluation 2.87 and external factor evaluation 2.65. So that the appropriate strategy to apply to quadrant 5 is the hold and maintain strategy. The general strategy used are market penetration, product development, and market development. After that, I will formulate the strategy from strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. I have 7 strategy. The first strategy, strength and opportunity, using and maximizing social media, collaborate with hotel and villa for staycation packing, business diversification. Strategi strength and traits, implementing quality health seperti and environment, and protocol tourism COVID-19. Collaborated with influencer for weakness and opportunity, and hold training related best management practices for weakness and threatness to communicate with the Gianyar regional government regarding the obstacle being faced, as well to access the Bali personal government and related minister. And then after that, the second strategy, I priority, so that the first strategy and the highest weighting, the first strategy is using and maximizing social media to build a safe tourism image that offer product, facility, activity, and experiences that are characterized by local wisdom. And the second strategy, implementing quality, health and safety and environment standard and COVID-19 tourism protocol to ensure tourist safety. The conclusion, agritourism has 9 strengths and 5 weakness, opportunity, and threat respectively. Based on the 7 strategy alternative that have been prepared, the strategic priority using maximizing social media and implementing quality health, safety, and environment standard and COVID-19 tourism protocol to ensure tourist safety. Thank you. I will back to Mr. Agung.
Thank you, Prof. Satriawan. So now we come to the 5th presenter. Would like to call Mr. Imam Nur Hakim or Siti Hamidah. Are you there? Okay. Okay, the title of the presentation will be utilization model of folk games in Indonesian independent tourism village, that will be presented by Mr. Imam Nur Hakim. Okay, time for you, 10 minutes. Please proceed.
Mr. Imam Nur Hakim cannot unmute. Could you please?
Yeah, sorry. Do
Okay.
it sounds better right now?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Ladies and gentlemen and all attendees, thank you for the moderator. My name is Hakim. I want to share screen. I'm sorry, wait a minute. Okay, so yeah, I will present the result of our study titled Utilization Model of Folk Games in Indonesian Independent Tourism Village. And I'm sure everyone here knows what folk games are. Yes, folk games are cultural heritage of Indonesian ancestors that grows and develop in a specific community and is passed down from generation to generation. But here's the thing. Even though Indonesia has hundreds of folk games, we have a severe problem keeping it sustainable, awake, and maybe playable. That is our condition today. This condition makes the government being serious about maintaining and preserving folk games as a cultural object by issuing law number 5 of 2017 on the advancement of culture. As we know, there are 10 cultural objects mentioned, one of which is folk games. And today, folk games face scarcity and extinction trends, thanks to modernization and shift in cultural values. Folk games are no more attractive or probably inferior to other modern games. So I want to say that technically this regulation guides all multi-sectoral to advanced cultural objects such as folk games. And speaking about multi-sectoral, from a tourism perspective, we think that a tourism village can fit in to solve this problem. Because in principle, the tourism village showcases traditional culture with its uniqueness and authenticity to attract tourists, right? That's the first. And second, we also indicate that the tourism village are very suitable as a tool for promoting folk games through historical, cultural, and even social value to grab the interest of tourists. Okay, so imagine all the needs to make folk games sustainable and keep them exciting and playable, all can be assembled in a tourist activity in a tourism village. That's the point. So basically, we understand the urgent situation is underscored by the presidential emphasis on a cultural diversity as essential to the nation future, mentioned in the law itself, to save cultural heritage due to today cultural crisis. But again, even if feels way more important, we cannot find a similar paper that holistically merge these interests, a tourism village and folk games. Honestly, current research only identified cultural elements separately in a single case, single object. No one blends it into the one big picture as a model to describe that these tourism villages are doing to utilize folk games in their tourism ecosystem. So, as a research novelty, we explore the utilization of folk games within tourism and tourism village role in enhancing folk game utilization. Thus, the studies will find how effort and obstacle are related to obligation and right. We will also look at the extent of alignment, the principle and the use, and the suitability of using folk games, and until we can explain the effort of tourist village in utilizing folk games. So to achieve that, we use the descriptive qualitative approach by conducting online interviews with tourism village manager over a month. We focus on only super priority destination as an Indonesian leading destination. We also narrow down the research subject by only examining the independent tourism village status, assuming a more mature managerial form compared to 3 other status. Other criteria, advanced, developing, and pioneering tourism village. Finally, through this criteria, we obtained 21 types of folk games in 8 tourism villages. As a research subject, we also derive aspect, variable, and research indicator from the law number 5 of 2017 itself. So let's get into the first finding regarding to effort and obstacle related to obligation and right of citizen to promote the folk games in tourism village. First, we found that the folk games in tourism village represent noble value passed through generation. It signifies invaluable attraction, embodying the village, culture, and Indonesian identity itself at the same time. Then we know that the folk games in tourism village are chosen based on low risk, accessibility to a broader market, and availability of local material. So it directly utilizes natural resources such as bamboo, leaves, wood, and highlight distinctive village culture. And third, is packaged as a tour overs and standalone activities. So there's a 2 type of package. Tour package blend games with other attraction, enhancing the overall visual experience. And folk games also have educational package that engage participation from material gathering to gameplay. And the package itself consider tailored visitor characteristic, time availability, and group size. However, standalone packaging, as I said before, offerings ensure convenience and adaptability to specific needs and maybe more engaged situation. And next, tourism village have efforts to preserve cultural heritage and identity through folk game utilization. They also involve folk games to enhance tourist attraction, fostering independent and sustainable development in a tourism village. And last, we do know that recognizing state villager rights and obligation in advancing folk games is realized by aligning cultural promotion principle with folk games objective. They also utilize folk games for integrated cultural preservation before. And for the second finding regarding to the principle and sustainable of using folk games to advance the cultural use by tourism village. First, tourism villages do their job, absolutely do their job to promote and conserve their cultural heritage, shaping the enduring identities for the generation ahead. They also symbolize collaborative discussion among village manager and residents, emphasizing consensus-based decision to safeguard and express collective cultural values. Tourism villages also optimize existing infrastructure for folks game. They prioritize historical relevance and original environment. When infrastructure is limited, villagers' yards are utilized, adding authenticity. This condition is adding authenticity and allure to folk games. And folk game booster villagers' welfare via direct and indirect economic activities. Its immediate benefit included tool sales and profit sharing, directly linked to the appeal of folk games in village economy. And tourism village related laws also enable citizens to advance their village, affirming it as a human right and citizen privilege. Through the freedom of expression, encourage activity participation, fostering unity and diversity without significant hindrance. And last, collaboration among villages components showcase the promotion of local culture to visitors and creates harmonious environment in the tourism village itself. Finally, let's get into the last finding regarding the tourism villages' effort to utilize folk games. Their internalization choice is to embody principle of mutual assistance, tolerance, and equality, encouraging unity and cooperation and celebrating diverse expression with freedom through folk games. And we also found that integration and cohesion across sectors are needed to transmit unified cultural message during folk games activities. Even though, moreover, local elements overshadow the principle of unity and cohesion among players, and we think that it's a good start. However, there is an alignment in cultural promotion objective with tourism development. There are so many similarities among them, and from the purpose and also from the motivation itself. And again, folk games can also be main objective that involve cultural preservation and diverting from modern games by focusing on community behavior in tourism villages. And tourism villages manager perceive art and language as a significantly influential in the global development. At the same time, they anticipate the potential impact of folk games, acknowledging their educational and unifying role, but awaiting broader recognition in shaping global direction. And finally, a tourism village recognizing folk game as a crucial for fostering cultural values, diversity, and national unity necessitates aligning cultural objectives strategically with tourism village development. So, after all, I want to say that folk games utilization in tourist villages can maximize cultural diversity and at the same time strengthen the cultural identity and make it an ecosystem of tourism activity and attraction at the same time. It also successfully integrate and aligns with the principle and also make the best example of positive collaboration regarding enhancing cultural exchange. But it also essential to innovate authenticity. That's important. As folk games compete with the modern game, still at the same time, we need to take in all the authenticity and originality they already have as a cultural asset. So I want to say that market consideration and tourist preference are essential, but authenticity is a must. It's a necessary. Finally, we need more applicable things to do this and not just theoretical ones to accelerate genuine effort. One of them, maybe, in our case, is emphasizing collaboration, global recognition, and maybe research for next future research for sustainable development. So that's all. Hopefully this presentation will be well received. Thank you very much. I'll give it back to the moderator. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hakim, for your nice presentation on folk game. So we proceed to the last speaker for this session. This presenter number 6 will be, Ruhiyawati, Narotama, and Sabtono Nugroho. Are you there? Ruhiyawati, Nararya Narotama, and Sabto Nugroho. Are you there? No one? Hello? would like to call Ruhiyawati, Nararya Narotama, and Sabtono Nugroho. Are you there?
Hello.
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 Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Akadalam. I'm sorry for the delay because I'm out of cities this evening. May I
All right.
present?
Okay, so you are
Okay.
there. So yeah, I would like to introduce the presenter number 6 will be Narotama. Will be socio-cultural impact of agritourism in the community of Sembalun Bumbung. Tourism village is Lombok. Okay, you can start now. 10 minutes for you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, the presentation is already show up. Okay. Okay, so this presentation entitled Socio-Cultural Impact of Agrotourism in the Community of Sembalun Bubung Tourist Village is Lombok. So there's Riawati, me, and Sabtono Nugroho. Next, please. So the background is that Sembalun tourist area is already famous before they established or entitled this village as a tourist village. The main attraction is the picturesque natural attractions, and then there's some farming as well over there, and it also popular with agrotourism activities. So this aim of the research is to identify the social cultural impact of agrotourism on the community of Sembalun village. So as the agrotourism sector become more popular, it should be there's some impact to the society. Okay, next. So these are some literal review and the concept that we use to discuss about the research objective. Okay, next. We use the research method. So from January to May 2003, there's a field research in Sembalun village, and we do some observation, in-depth interview with the community member of the village to get the real data about the development of agrotourism and the impacts to the community. Okay, we have our primary data, we have our real data, and for the result discussion, the first is lefty. So there's of the future to tourism and the dependency to the tourism. and growing land conversion, which result of erosion of agricultural land in Sembalu. But in the economic side, the community income is increased about 215 million per month. That's quite impressive. And the business of agrotourism has emerged, and accommodation numbers also increase. Next. And the second impacts that we want to talk about the social deviation. Its occurs relatively low. The positive is that education level to the human resource in the community is increasing and shifting mindset to the more advanced thinking as the impact of the increase of agrotourism there. Next. The third impact is about the social organization and institution. There are formation of organization just like Pokdarwis, and then formation for the Sembalun Art Community Organization, and some communities emerge that taking care of the tourism at Sembalun. Next. And then impacts to the art and customs. So the art and customs of the Sembalun village are increasingly recognized by the wider community, and it become one of the cultural attraction in the Sembalun area. Next. So based on this, the research, it can be concluded that the impact of on livelihood is the greatest of the three other impacts. So it's the most dominated impacts. The development, it has a significant impact on changes of structure of livelihood of society, and it bring a positive influence to the society, to the business, and then employment and economic impacts. The smallest impact resulting from this activity is the to the art and custom, because even though that tourism has developed quite well, the values contained in each existing tradition are still implemented and continue to maintain and preserve existing custom and art. So it's a mutual benefit that can be impact to the society. Next. Thank you so much for your attention. I return the time to you, Mr. Raka. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome, Dr. Naro. Now we come to the next session is on QA session. I would like to invite all attendants in this room to ask questions. Whether you have questions, please, you can speak directly to by mentioning to whom you address your question, or you can also write it down on the chat box. Please, if possible, I would like to invite you to speak directly to the presenter. Please, time for you, 10 minutes. Okay, because there's no question, probably Masuf will ask one question. I would like to ask to Dr. Mananda. Are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Right. One of the point on education, we call it interpretation, in which in the interpretation it could bring impact to the quality of communication between the tour guide and the tourist. Yeah? What do you think the impact of interpretation on what's called the progress or the development of entrepreneur in tourism industry? Thank you.
When we are talking about, thank you very much for the questions. When we are talking about tour guide, as a tour guide, because I'm a tour guide, at the beginning, you need to have a formal education, which is provided by a guide association. So basically, from those experiences and those knowledge, enhance young tour guide to be able to understand about Balinese culture and tourism in general, so that explain correctly to the customer and to the guests. And in entrepreneur, when we are talking about entrepreneurship, it's about taking a risk. Yeah, how that we learn how to take risks and then also take the opportunities. So therefore, interpretation is based on knowledge, based on the trends, on how the business works, and therefore we can take the opportunity to create a business, for example, in a tour guide or transportation, for example, because we understand the segmentation of the customer and we learn it from our formal educations, and we have networking that we work to. So therefore, we will able to create an opportunity, yeah. And then after that, we can use our interpretations to provide the best service to our customer. So, and then also follow up after finish the service, so we can create a loyal customer in the future. That answering your questions, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mananda. Next one. One more question.
Excuse me.
Yes,
I have a
please.
question, please.
Please. Who's speaking, please?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Agung. I am Antara, your student.
All right. Yeah, please.
Okay. You are look
Yeah.
so great this evening. Okay, excellent. Okay, please forward my question to Imam Nur Hakim, please, and Siti Habidah. Okay. Okay, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm very interested about the folk games. How to make sure the folk game, the tourists still interest with that kind of game. Nowadays, a lot of game on the gadget, very interest and then very attractive game on the gadget. And then for the several folk game, what kind of folk game, for example, can be promoting culture to attracting tourists? Please, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. So basically, the need of tourism village is to at the same time to innovate the authenticity of the folk games, make it more famous, but at the same time they need to, how to say, make a package that make tourists engage with the games. So the situation nowadays, we see that the folk games, we need to have a combination between can play games in the tourism village and bring it home, the tools I mean the tools of folk games, and then make a package that involve educational purpose. So after tourists play in the tourism village, they can bring the tools. They also have a knowledge about the history, maybe, or maybe the philosophy of the folk games, and so they can tell their friend or their relative about the story they experience. That's one of the solution that we have in this case. One of them, but there's so many, I think, but that's the best one we can shot.
Thank you very much for the answer. Thank you. Great answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Also, thank you for Dr. Antara for the question. I think because of the time constraint, I'd like to close this session, parallel session 3. I'm not going to concluding something, but definitely there were so many interesting points have been presented, and hopefully it will, of course, increase all participants' knowledge and understanding about the topic of the presentation for today. And also thank you for all attendants for your contribution on this session, and hopefully we can meet again sometime later. Thank you very much. I'm closing this session. Thank you.
Welcome to the new era of smart tourism, with digital ID for paperless traveler. Speed Tour, the latest innovation from Speed ID app, takes you around the world in a smarter, more personal, and enjoyable way. With Smart Tour Planner, plan your journey your way. Input your time, type of tour, and also budget, and let our AI craft the perfect travel itinerary for you. Find the ideal place to stay. From luxury hotels to cozy lodgings, get the best hotel recommendations to fit your budget. Discover tourist attractions close to your hotel. Enjoy the beauty and uniqueness of each destination without wasting time. Navigate the city with ease. Choose a vehicle that suits your needs and enjoy your journey freely. Find the best souvenir centers. Take home unforgettable memories from each of your journeys. Experience authenticity in village tourism. Witness living culture and traditions at every corner of the village. Find the recommended city's destination to complete your journeys. Create the best reputation for your city.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference 2023. I am Raka Dalam, the chairperson for this session. Now we come to the parallel session 4. ladies and gentlemen, the session will have 8 presenters, in which each presenter will have 10 minutes only to present their presentation. I'm going to start to call the first presenter as Asep Nurul Mustafa Nurul Hidayah. Are you there? Okay, I would like to continue to the second presenter first. We will wait at the end, probably if the first coming, I will put it on the last presenter. I would like to call Lusvita Rahayu, Maruf and Berry Brilliant Albar. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for joining this session. Okay, I would like to explain a little bit. Very Brilliant Albar, I would like to call you Brilliant. Okay.
No, I'm Maruf actually. The
Maruf.
presenter. Yes.
All right. Oh, because that's what's seen on the screen, yeah?
Yeah.
Maruf, okay. Mr. Maruf will present his paper on what motivates a visit to a coffee shop in a tourist destination. Okay? 10 minutes for you, Mr. Maruf.
Okay.
Start from now. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's
okay.
There.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Raka, and I'm Ma'ruf. I would like to represent my friend and my student actually. Lutwita is my student. Unfortunately, she cannot attend this conference, and then I will represent her. And also, Mr. Berry is the co-supervisor of this research. We are from Department of Management, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Andalas, Padang, West Sumatra. Okay, let's take a look a bit about background of this research. In the tourism theory, we acknowledge about 4A of the tourism, where one of them is the amenities, where a tourism destination must supply and ensure that they have some infrastructure to provide service to tourists. And one of the objectives of managing tourism destination is to create memorable experience for tourists visiting the destination. I'm here talking about Bukit Tinggi city, Bukit Tinggi in West Sumatra. It is a top tourist destination in West Sumatra. When people come to West Sumatra, maybe they think about Padang, but they will not complete the visit to West Sumatra without visiting Bukit Tinggi. So that's the important position of Bukit Tinggi among tourism destination in West Sumatra. But lately, the demographic profile of the tourists who come to Bukit Tinggi, especially in general in Indonesia, it moved from generation X and Y into millennial and Gen Z tourists. So more young tourists visiting Bukit Tinggi. And to create memorable experience, then the tourist destination have to face a challenge how to provide appropriate and suitable amenities for this group of tourists. And as a general trend in Indonesia, I think there is a new culture in hanging out for young generation who's like to spend their time wherever they are, wherever they go, wherever they travel. Visiting or sitting in coffee shop is one of the itinerary. And in Bukit Tinggi also following this trend, where more coffee shop coming maybe every 2 months, every quarter, and then people can find new coffee shop, whether it is a franchise, a national brand or local brand. And we see this as one of effort to create a memorable experience for tourists and also to attract more tourists to come, especially local tourists, of course. And with this background, we come up with a theoretical background that in tourism theory, we acknowledge about push and pull factor, that visit of tourists to a destination can be explained by two factors, main factor, push and pull factor. And what is the position of coffee shop here? Coffee shop with the new concept today, or modern coffee shop that we know, like in the picture, I take to new coffee shop in Bukit Tinggi. One name is Saka. Saka mean brown sugar in Minang language, yeah. And other one is Badi. You can see that the first two picture on the left is a current coffee shop that accommodate the young tourists, Gen Z and millennial. Other two pictures on the right side is the old one, all attractive or all attraction that visited by tourists to come to Bukit Tinggi. For example, nasi padang, maybe you know about that, and also nasi kapau and the far right corner. This is usual or common for Gen X and Gen Y probably. But as I mentioned at the beginning, that today more tourists are from young generation. That's why in order to be able to pull more tourists to come to Bukit Tinggi and create memorable experience, then the destination like Bukit Tinggi also have to offer the suitable pull factor like a coffee shop. And I want to take one of the part of the pull factor in amenities in restaurant, in coffee shop industry, where all of these coffee shop usually try to design in attractive interior and exterior, or in order to create atmosphere that relate to targeted consumer, which is young tourists. And in addition to that, the lifestyle or why young people tend to spend time in cafe or coffee shop, it is because of change in lifestyle, who look for more time for hanging out, spending time together with their friend, or we it is more known as a hedonic lifestyle. So based on this, we have interest to look more for how this store atmosphere as pull factor and hedonic lifestyle as push factor influence the visit to the coffee shop in tourist destination like Bukit Tinggi. So this is a research objective. And next, let's move. Looking at the based on that objective, we come up and then we review the literature about store atmosphere, where actually is about how emotional response to the external stimuli from the design of the coffee shop, which may induce pleasure and also create arousal, and also create happiness and also change mood of the consumer or visitor. A good store atmosphere or cafe atmosphere can create comfort, and at the end, when people feel happy in that room or in that area, there is tendency that they will purchase more, stay longer and purchase more. And about hedonic lifestyle, it is quite old theory actually, but then I choose AIO theory by Wells and Tiger, where he mentioned that hedonic lifestyle represent interest, activity, and opinion, where that will be operationalized with more recent research. As you can see that we come up with two hypotheses that store atmosphere influence the purchase decision of the coffee shop, and also hedonic lifestyle also will influence a purchase decision. And this research use a explanatory approach with quantitative approach, and the unit of analysis is individual or local tourists who visit Bukit Tinggi and visit coffee shop. And the instrument for collecting data is questionnaire, and in this research 160 respondents were reached and filled the questionnaire. And we adopted scale for store atmosphere and purchase decision from Aziz, and scale for hedonic lifestyle from Fasluddin. And data was analyzed with PLS. This is the result. On the left, we can see the demographic profile of the respondent. Majority are private employee, and followed by entrepreneur, and the age are the majority between 22 to 25. And then purpose of visit is majority for just eat and drink, and also number 2 is for hanging out, and 70% of the respondents are male. And after checking the data quality, then we test the hypothesis, and we come up with the result that store atmosphere and also hedonic lifestyle significantly influence the visit to coffee shop and restaurant. The new coffee shop today in Bukit Tinggi, in their service combine both coffee shop and restaurant in order to capture more consumer, where not only the consumer coming for drink coffee, but they also want more option like food, but mostly not traditional food. As I mentioned in the beginning, traditional food is different location, but here more on the modern food. So based on the data analysis and hypothesis testing, then we come up that respond to the store atmosphere significantly influence visitor processing. So it means a store atmosphere is significantly influence the visit to the coffee shop and restaurant. And also for hypothesis 2, hedonic lifestyle also significantly influence decision to visit coffee shop. Hedonic here may be one of the item for measure is like spending more time hanging out with friends in coffee shop, and also looking for happiness, looking for leisure activities, something like that. And conclusion and recommendation. Restaurant and coffee shop are part of the amenities in tourism destination to provide cozy and comfortable and food and drink facilities. Of course, it is a must in tourist destination. The position of Bukit Tinggi as a major tourist destination in West Sumatra make the coffee shop and restaurant business have a high potential to grow. It is very potential business, but at the same time also face challenges in increase in competition because more investor building new coffee shop. Yeah, and then also the other challenges is maintaining relevancy because taste is changing very fast. Yeah, and why? Because the changing also in tourist demographic profile. Now Gen Z and Gen millennial are the majority of the consumer. We don't know next time. Data analysis from local tourists reveal that store atmosphere and hedonic lifestyle significantly influence visiting decision to coffee shop and restaurants. So it's mean in the highly competitive industry, coffee shop must have a strategy to focus on creating and offering unique value, maybe through the atmosphere, through design, through location, through ambience, through the specific or unique design, and also to accommodate the demand of hedonic lifestyle, where people can stay longer, hanging out with their friend while visiting Bukit Tinggi. And there must be match between marketing strategy and the preference is essential to consumer choice. Yeah. So preferences of new demographic tourists must be matched with marketing strategy of the coffee shop. For your information, maybe we can see that among the coffee shop, not all of them sustain in the business. 1 or 2 or 3 closing down the business. Why? Because they don't have a proper marketing strategy to sustain in the business, changing their strategy and also, for example, doing innovation in menu, something like that. Now, managing coffee shop in tourist destinations should pay attention to the current lifestyle of targeted segment and ensure to accommodate the hedonic or pleasure-seeking motivation of the tourists and to in order to create memorable experience. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you, and back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to Mr. Maruf. I would like to call to the next presenter, Gusti Ayu Agustina Rizky. Gusti Ayu Wulandari, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, thank you. The third presenter, Agustina Rizky and Wulandari, will speak about Kultara Bali Walking Tour as heritage tourism in Denpasar. Thank you. 10 minutes for you. Start from now.
Okay, thank you, moderator, Professor Raka. Because of the technical issues, I asked for the operator to share my slide. Is it already ready? Is ready? The operator?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let me introduce myself. My name is Gusti Ayu Agustina Rizky, and I would like to present about Bali Walking Tour as heritage tourism in Denpasar. As we know that walking tour is a new trend in Indonesia, especially after pandemic, because everyone need realize that yes. So participants realize that the need of the wait let me sorry for the trouble. Okay, so because the participants realize the benefit of the walking tour, they promote the healthy life because they're walking, and then also they're traveling with the small size participants. They are changing behavior between mass tourism to the small group participants. So they realize that the walking tour is the safe tourism, and then they need authentic experience to the destinations. Also, because they paid as they wish, And also the other benefit is to promote historical sites. So next, for Denpasar, we know the heritage in Denpasar. There's a lot of potential heritage in Denpasar, such as museum, monument, temple, and other culture and historical building. We can say Museum Bali and Museum Lemeyer in Sanur, also Monument Caturmuka, Bajrasandi, Puputan, Badung, and sacred temple such as Pura Agung Jagatnata, Hotel Ina Bali, and any other. So this heritage potential make Denpasar become Denpasar Heritage City. To commit that Denpasar become the Denpasar Heritage City, Denpasar become a member of Jaringan Kota Pusaka Indonesia at 2008 and become a member to Bumi Pelestarian Pusaka Indonesia at 2009. Also at 2013 become organizations of World Heritage City. Next. Yeah. So next. So this heritage in Denpasar become a product. Government launching the program to promote Denpasar Heritage City called Denpasar Heritage City Tour. That they use the house card to traveling around the heritage area and it's for free and it's conduct in weekend. And for my research, Bali Walking Tour, it's one of the product that produced by the community that realize about the potential in heritage Denpasar. Next, I take two concept in this literature review is the heritage tourism and walking tour. For the heritage tourism, we know that the tourism, the definitions of the heritage tourism is the tourism that visit historical places such as museum and monument and focus on this natural aspect as well historical and cultural relic for the past. And the type of the tourism in which participants strive to learn about and experience their own and other past and cultural tourism. So it's focused to visit the historical places and also experience about the vibe and also the activity of local people in the heritage site itself. And the second concept, I took a walking tour. Walking tour is a historical site, monument, and cultural places undertaken on foot. It's a paid tourist attraction in which knowledgeable guide leads a small group of people through on historical or cultural interesting area of a city, of a town, providing background information. So next, we can say element K for walking tour. There are 5 elements K for walking tour. There is a route that has characteristics and also facilities provide, system maintenance, economic opportunities, and marketing commercializations. Also, I take inspirations from previous research. There is Dharma Putra. You can take a next slide to previous research. There is a previous research from Dharma Putra state that recommended the Denpasar Heritage Track. There is 2 Denpasar Heritage Track. First one is Sanur, start from Sanur, and then the second one is Denpasar. In Sanur, we can start from Hotel Grand Ina and then explore the Prasasti Blanjong, also Bajrasandi and Museum Lemeyer, and finish at Grand Ina, and it takes durations about 2 until 3 hours. And for the other heritage track, it starts from Ina Hotel and then to Caturmuka, to Lapangan Puputan Badung, Museum Bali, and finish in a Gajah Mada Heritage. So it's a recommendation from Professor Dharma Putra, which the recommendations is well implemented by the community called Kultara. Next, for brief history about Kultara, or we can say Kultur Nusantara, they have a hashtag called Go Travel with Purpose, and their focus and in 2 programs, there is mini workshop and one-day tour. There is the young lady who built the Pultara, and then they implement Bali walking tour based on Denpasar heritage track that suggested by Professor Dharma Putra. So they start in a Bali walking tour in November 2022. They start from Puputan, Gajah Mada Heritage Road, and then also Puputan, the Battle of Bali at first. And then they develop the road become Sanur Seaside with the theme Trail of Art and Culture. Next. Yeah. So they have a road. They have a road characteristic. They offer 3 roads. They are Gajah Mada, Puputan, and Sanur. And every road they have a characteristic and theme. For example, Gajah Mada Heritage, they have theme to selling point about the Denpasar Old City. They are old cinema, Wisata 21, now replaced by Denpasar Cineplex. Wisnu Theater replaced by Bank BNI Kumbasari and also Indra Bioskop. And then traditional art and market in Badung and Kumbasari. Also historical road and alley at Sulawesi Road, Kresek Alley, and Taman Beji Mural. And for the Puputan, the selling point is history of Bali. Next slide. Yeah. For the Puputan, the next slide, the Puputan, the road characteristic is they sell the history of the battle in Bali. So they visit Museum Bali, start in Museum Bali, and then go to the Lapangan Puputan, also in 0 kilometer, and then in the Caturmuka, and finish in the Ina Hotel Bali Beach. And then the next road is Sanur Seaside. Selling point is Trail of Art and Culture. So there is the difference between 2 roads. They do some activity like cycling and also traditional dance practice. So it's become a popular also route because they do some activity cycling alongside the Sano, and beside that they can go to art gallery in Santrian and Museum Lemeyer, and also see the turtle conservations. So the next slide about the facilities, because it's a community, it's simply they just provide storyboard to give some illustrations about the past heritage, so that the participants could imagine about old life, old building that now become replaced to other building. And then also they provide some sarung to enter the sacred places. Next, about the system of maintenance, I take 3 perspectives about system of maintenance. One from participant, second from storyteller or guide, and 3 for the provider. Next, from participants, there are terms and conditions that they need to commit during pre-visit, during this visit, and post-visit. From pre-visit, they have to register based on the social media, and then they have to pay some commitment fee that reimbursed for ticket of the museum and also snack, and also the participant needs to bring personal belonging such as water bottle, umbrella, and also raincoat. And during the visit, the participants need to pay the trip, but the method is pay as you wish. So they didn't have the fixed rate. So the participants feel free to pay the guide, the tour. And after the visit, the participants need to give the feedback. Next, for the system of maintenance in a storyteller perspective, they need to implement some procedure such as introduction. So they need to present themselves, and then the rules of the tour, and also ice breaking. It means that they have to know, the participants have to know each other. So the trip will be very convenient and have fun and also the storyteller need to explain the story briefly and need to interactions with the participants, because there is participants who have a curiosity about the history. So the storyteller need to interactions with the participants, and also the storyteller and also and admin, they need to documenting the journey and the trip. Next, the system of maintenance in a provider, they need to evaluations and monitoring the program. Based on the interview, they do regularly evaluating and monitoring the quality of the program. First, about the feedback, the satisfying degree of the customer or participant, and also about the route, is it effective or not? And also they discuss about the schedule. About economic opportunity in the next slide, we can say in Bali walking tour, they also have an culinary activity, such as local culinary snack. We can buy and enjoy the jajan Bali in Pasar Badung, and also we can enjoy the lumpia in the lapangan Putan, and Nadi Heritage Site, we can enjoy the coffee. And also they contribute in economic at rent bike at Sanur, and also ticket museum at the route. For the next slide, marketing and commercializations, they publish the program in the social media in Instagram. There is.
I would like to remind to the presenter that have to cut the time, please. 1 or 2 minutes more, please.
Okay. So for the conclusions, through Bali walking tour, participants can visit historical places that may not be accessible to everyone, and the Bali walking tour could be the tools to develop and promote heritage tourism in Denpasar. Thank you. Time is yours, Professor Raka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayu Rizky. So the third presenter, number 3. Now we move to the fourth one. I would like to call Siti Hamidah and Imam Nur Hakim. Are you there? Siti Hamidah?
Yeah.
Or... Yep.
Yep. I'm here.
Okay. All right. Siti Hamidah will present her presentation entitled Destination Image Transformation of Lawang Sewu from Ghost Tourism to Heritage Tourism. Please, 10 minutes for you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Permission to share screen? Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Hamidah, and today I'm presenting a paper entitled Destination Image Transformation of Lawang Sewu from Ghost Tourism to Heritage Tourism. The paper is written by me and Mas Hakim. Okay. Yeah. First, I'm sure that most of you have already visited Lawang Sewu, or at least you've already heard about the story of Lawang Sewu. But through this opportunity, I would like to hope that perhaps we can share about the story about Lawang Sewu. Or maybe you can give us some inputs regarding the topic. Okay, Lawang Sewu is translated to Thousand Doors in Japanese. It is a living monument, and it has the dynamic story from the Dutch colonial authority, Japanese occupation in Indonesia, and the 5 days war between Indonesia fighters and Japan. And the story is still living until now, and it kept telling by the tour guide when I was visited there. And Lawang Sewu, however, it moves from the connection to the ghost tourism. It's regarding by the paranormal and mystical things that people find when they visit Lawang Sewu. And this situation has changed the storyline, and it reflects in the general pattern in the mechanics of tourism in Lawang Sewu. So, according to that information, the research objective of this paper is to investigate how Lawang Sewu image has changed, and the second, to appreciate the significance of heritage tourism shift from ghost tourism. Okay, and the next is the literature review. We use 4 literature reviews regarding the destination image, transformation of destination image, ghost tourism, and heritage tourism. Destination image related to the collective perceptions of the visited place, and it used the slogans, visual symbols, and events. Since destinations transform, and it is required to refresh the destination itself. So there are many factors that influence the transformation. First is the changes in the destination itself. The second, the shift in tourist perception and preferences. And the third is the marketing strategies. And the third is the ghost tourism. It is related to the paranormal tourism and haunted tourism. And sometimes they use or they take place in the haunted hotels, ghost hunts, and ghost walks and tours. But actually, we can learn many things from the ghost tourism. It's not only related to the paranormal, but also we have to understand the history and the stories behind. And the last one is the heritage tourism. It is related to the experience and also the visit to the historical landmarks such as museums, monuments, etc. And besides the tangible historical, we also have the intangibles such as cuisine, music, dance, and the culture. Okay, we use qualitative explorative approach for this paper, and we also interview the representative of Central Java Province Tourism Office and the tour guides there. To support the observation and the interviews, we also use the secondary data. It's from the documentations, publications, and the social media. And in this, the result and discussion is about the first is the general information about the Lawang Sewu. We use it from the historical context. We can see that from 1907, it is used or owned by the Netherlands. And then during the World War II, it's taken by the Japanese, and after that returned to Netherlands and then to Indonesia until now. And after that, after return to Indonesia, they tried to make restoration for especially for the building. It took 3 years from 1904 until 1907. It started with the guardhouse and the building C building. And later on, they also restore the air building and C, D, and G, and until now it is completed. This is the picture. I'm sorry, I cannot translate it because it is officially from the PT KAI. Okay, how's the transformation? The transformation, we see that first, Lawang Sewu stands a prominent tourism icon of Semarang. It is at first, it is renowned for its spooky and haunted ambience, and because they find some mystic things there. But the good thing, it's also attract tourists. In 2016, reported that it welcomes 1,000 visitors daily. It's an old documentation because we don't have the tourist record afterwards. But if you have some information, maybe you can share. And the third is the building. The building also become the subject of haunted legends because it's also perpetuated by the local folklore, urban myths, and the media portrayals such as movies and also the reality show Dunia Lain. Moreover, Lawang Sewu also recognized as one of the most haunted tourists in 2016 and 2019. So, how is Lawang Sewu transformed? According to the interview, there are two main things that transformation of Lawang Sewu. And first is the restoration itself. It's really influenced the perception, management, and promotion. So actually the architectural beauty is the marketing focal points. It's very unique and it's very historical. And the second, they try to rebranding the process. They try to making transition from the haunted location to a heritage destination through the narration and the storytelling by the tour guide. So it is very important for them to transform from the ghost tourism to heritage tourism because they don't want people come here for horror things or for the ghosting because they really want to introduce the heritage of the railway in Indonesia because it is a part of the railway story in Indonesia, railway history. So what is the significance? We found that there are four. First, the shifting has the potential to reshape Lawang Sewu's image, and it is of course. And the second, they focus on the architectural, historical, and the cultural components, and it's become the attraction for the heritage tourism in Lawang Sewu. The third is the nuanced perspective is very important because by that people can feel that Lawang Sewu has transformed into heritage tourism. So they try to close the potential horror thing in Lawang Sewu, such the basement, and it's not for common people. And the fourth is the shift from ghost tourism to heritage tourism. It promotes responsible and sustainable heritage tourism in Lawang Sewu.
Excuse me, I would remind you to, you have 1 minute more to finish your presentation.
Okay, the conclusion, the transformation of Lawang Sewu image, shifting from the realm ghost tourism to the heritage tourism, one center in haunted and mystical places and the other to the cultural heritage. And we can see the transformation includes the restoration buildings, surroundings, rebranding process, narration, and storytelling about Lawang Sewu. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much to Ms. Amida for your excellent presentation. I would like to continue for the next presenter, I would like to call Professor Satriawan. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm ready.
Okay, Professor Satriawan will speak about tourism satisfactory analysis of agri-tourism products and services, study on agri-tourism in Gianyar Regency. Please, 10 minutes for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Agung, as a moderator. Good evening, speaker, audience, all participants. Thank you for second time for my presentation today. My presentation the title of presentation is Tourist Certification Analysis of Agritourism Product and Services, Study on Agritourism in Gianyar Regency. I am Iketut Satriawan and my team Cokordo Anom Bayu Sadya Asmara come from Department of Agro-Industrial Technology, Udayana University. Bali was famous as a world tourist destination. Bali tourist attraction, the main attraction depend on nature and culture. And agrotourism is growing rapidly in Bali, so that for sustainable agritourism must be satisfy the tourists who visit the agrotourism. So that minutes or arrangement must be creative and innovative. Product like that attraction, shopping area must be in quality, use the local resources and give added value. And then services together with guide or salesperson. So that it is necessary to study consumer or tourist satisfaction with agrotourism product and services. Research objective, the first one is identify the attribute of agritourism product and services that are considered important by tourists, and then determine the level of satisfaction of tourists who visit agrotourism, and then determine the attribute that need to be prioritized to improve performance of agrotourism. The location was just purposefully in Gianyar Regency because in this district whose number of agritourism attraction is growing very rapidly, so that it assumed to represent agritourism in Bali in terms of the number and type of agritourism. This is a characteristic respondent in table, and I will show in the picture. Characteristic respondent based on age, the highest percentage in 36 and 45 years, and characteristic respondent based on gender, female, highest, then male, and then national tourist, because this research handled in pandemic COVID, after pandemic COVID, and then respondent based on visiting frequency in 1 year, lot of only one time, based on total spending only less than 500,000 rupiah, based on reason for visiting, the tourists visiting the agrotourism for few, 55%, and based on occupation, a lot of tourists from self-employer, 31%. And then we continue to now what is the indicator important by tourists. We use 7 indicator and 30 attribute for measure the consumer satisfaction index. I'm finding 5 indicator, top 5 important attribute. The first attribute is communication skill, service regarding social status, staff knowledge in explaining attraction, speed in service, and availability of worship facility. There are top 5 important attribute. A lot of attribute included in people indicator. For overall certification for tourists, after we calculation with consumer satisfaction index CSI, we find overall 82.12%, classified by very satisfied. And then calculation potential gain customer value index for now, the weak attribute must be improved so that the satisfaction for tourists. There are 10 attributes. The first one is many type of food and drink menu must be first improvement the attribute. And then the second priority, staff knowledge in explaining attraction, because tourists want to know what happened in what attraction happen in agritourism, so that the staff knowledge is must be improved in agritourism. And then such priority about suitable ticket price for the attraction display. In this table, we display 10 attribute for improvement the agritourism. 3 attribute there are in indicator price, 2 attribute in people, and 1 attribute respectively to indicator physical evidence, process, place, promotion, and product. The finale, my conclusion, attribute that are considered important, top 5, speed in serving customer, worship facility, availability of worship facility, staff knowledge in explaining attraction, service regardless of social status, employee ability to communicate, and overall satisfaction level index is 82.12%, classified by very satisfied. The highest level of satisfaction is employee speed in serving customer, and the lowest score to attribute internet availability, because maybe the networking of internet in agritourism not sufficient, because there are in village. The 10 attribute need to improvement. People 2 attribute, physical evidence 1 attribute, process 1 attribute, price 3 attribute, place 1 attribute, promotion 1 attribute, and product 1 attribute, like of food and drinks menu. Okay, thank you. I will back to Mr. Agung as moderator.
Thank you, Prof. Satriawan, for your presentation. Now we move to the next one. I would like to call Regina Rosita Butar. Are you there?
Okay, I'm here.
All right. Regina will be presenting her presentation entitled identification of Sulawesi endemic plants in Mount Klabat, North Minahasa, Aqua Lestari Forest Park as sustainable ecotourism. Please, 10 minutes for you. Start from now. Thank you.
Okay, sir. I would introduce myself. My name is Regina Butar-Butar. I'm from Department of Biology, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Samratulangi Manado. And now I present my paper entitled Identification of Sulawesi Endemic Plants in Mount Kelabat, North Minahasa, especially Aqua Lestari Forest Park as sustainable ecotourism. Introduction. Plant diversity is one of the natural potentials that can be utilized as environmentally sound education tourism. Indonesia is a region with high biodiversity. The richness of flora is well known, especially from the diversity of shapes, colors, and unique groups of tropical plants. North Sulawesi has the potential for natural beauty and cultural wealth that is of high value in the ecotourism industry market. This natural potential can be in the form of biological natural resources and ecosystems, diversity of flora, fauna, and natural symptoms with unspoiled scan natural. Mount Kelabat is one of the protected forest area in North Sulawesi located in North Minahasa district, where there are habitats of various plant and animal diversity. Plant diversity is one of natural potential that can be utilized as sustainable ecotourism. The purpose of this study was to identify Sulawesi endemic plants in foothill Kelabat area, especially in the Aqua Lestari Forest Park as sustainable ecotourism. These research methods. The research activities were carried out in June until August 2023 in the foothill area of Mount Kelabat, especially Aqua Lestari Forest Park, North Minahasa Regency, North Sulawesi. This research used survey and exploration methods at altitude of 500 until 650 meters above sea level. The research stage includes survey exploration, inventory, identification, and analysis. Data in the field analysis descriptively, qualitative, and explorative. Next, results and discussion. The results of this study found 51 of wild plants, which include 8 species of Sulawesi endemic plants, namely Pterospermum scalebicum mic, Myrstica species, Palacium obovatum, Ficus minahasae, Theisium and Fries, Mic, Judea minahasae, Theisium and Bean, Arenga pinnata, Wormer, Calanthe triplicata varian minahasae, and Syzygium luzonense mer. And there were also 6 plant species that have potential as ornamental plants, namely Asplenium nidus L, Clerodendron bungae, Musaenda pubescens Drian, Calanthe triplicata varian minahasae, Dracaena species, and Polytrichum juniperinum Harrier. Syzygium luzonense is very popular in North Sulawesi with natural distribution administrative covering the area of Minahasa area and its expansion area and Bolang Mongondo area and its expansion area. In North Sulawesi, Indonesia, Syzygium mer is local name Pakoba are found naturally and protect in Taman Nasional Bogani Naniwartabone, KPHK Tangkoko, Hutan Kota Tomohon, Taman Hutan Raya Gunung Tumpah, Cagar Alam Gunung Ambang, Hutan Lindung Masarang, dan kawasan Hutan Lindung Gunung Kelaba. The results show that tourist perception of the attractive of natural attraction of Mount Kelabat, North Minahasa are in the diversity of plant species, craters, caves, arts, and culture, fauna, and culinary. Tourism products that are used as objects are attraction in this tourist area are derived from plants. Plants with their diversity provide a special attraction for tourists who see them both physically and morphology shapes and colors display with the help of light reflection, so that the sense of sight gives an interesting and beautiful impressions. This plant species is an interesting attraction or attraction to be used as a destination for tourists. The physical form or morphology of plants is a visual attraction for tourists seen from the shapes of leaves, stems, flowers, and roots. The data obtained in the study provides results that each Mount Kelabat a different perception of each object seen, especially for plant species in the Mount Kelabat tourist area. This means that overall, the area assessment given by tourists to plant species in the Mount Kelabat area is very impressive. And next, conclusion. This research has found 51 species of wild plants. Among these plant species, there are 7 endemic species of Sulawesi that provide the essence or value of sustainable ecotourism attractions, namely Pterospermum selewicum mic, Myristica species, Palacium obovatum, Ficus minahasae, Iudia minahasae, Arenga pinnata, Calanthe triplicata varian minahasae, and Syzygium luzonense mer. That's all for my presentation, and I return this time to moderator. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Regina for your excellent presentation. Now we continue the next one. I would like to call Dr. Indra Baskara. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Good afternoon. And Dr. Indra Baskara presentation will be entitled How a Chef Develop the Practice to Manage Food Waste in Professional Kitchen. Okay, time for you, Dr. Baskara, 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. What we got here? Okay, here. Right. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Dr. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
Right. So just to cut it short, I would like to present my presentation here with the titles, How Chefs Develop the Practice to Manage Food Waste in Professional Kitchens. Actually, it's supposed to be my partners who deliver this presentation for today, but then he's busy at the moment, so I'm here to present this topic. Right, so the research question of this work is looking into how chefs learn how to manage food waste and what factors can affect this learning, and how these practices change over time to become habits for reducing food waste. So underpinned theories, we got here about 3 theories: social practice, social learning, and ecological system, to establish the different level of influence and identify the key agents of change throughout a chef's lifelong learning and professional career. Methodology. Data were collected by the method of semi-structured interview, given the exploratory nature of the study. Quality research design enables an in-depth understanding of true feelings and life experiences of individuals in the context of complex social phenomena by Gay 2012, such as food waste management, which is aligned with the study's aims. So we have like 44 informant here. It's from England, about 10, Indonesia, 12, Poland, 10, and Russia, 12. So in total, is about 44 participants. Okay, right. This is the results, the findings on the interviews. The horizontal axis represent the lifetime of chefs and their career from the childhood, to the senior position. And the vertical axis represent the different elements of the social practice theory, its meanings, competencies, and materiality. In here, then you can see the size. You see the circle. The size of the circle corresponding to the weight of its codes. So we did the code for this all the informants here, and then we found that we got like a 37, where during the childhood time, the chef got the meanings from their grandmother or the mothers about how to reduce the food waste. About 37 chefs answer these questions, and also from the junior position, 25. About the meanings, where they got that from their senior staff, of supervisors. So also from the competency, the skills, how to reduce the food waste, it's about 36. It's said that they got it from senior staff or supervisors during their junior position. Right, so the number of time it was mentioned in the interview transcript equivalent to the figure inside the circles. You see me? So this is the framework that we merged 3 theories, which are the environmental and social learning, and also social the social practice, ecological system, social learning, and social practice. So here we can see that all the we got the results explain the theory, and the theory also deliver the results explaining the result. It's like a bridging the results. Here we can see they are from the outer circles, the exo environments, where it's affected by national food waste policy, national environmental standards, economic systems, media, celebrities, social norms, and cultures. And from the meso environments, mostly from their senior staff, vocational instructor, university lecturers, and business owners. This is very clear how we integrated these three social the three theory into one big framework here. Right. What we got here is the study examines the lifelong experience of the senior chef from 4 hospitality and food service markets to understand how chefs' food waste management practice develop and change over time. And the study identified the agents of change most likely to shape and reinforce food waste management practices in chefs' lifelong environments. So the implication, theoretical implication, the study adds to social practice theory research on food waste management in professional kitchens. The literature acknowledges the chef's practices are critical for effective food waste mitigation, and the meanings, competency, and maturity can explain how chefs manage food waste. This study is unique in showing how chefs' food waste management practices are formed and reinforced as they progress through life, career, and what factors or actors or agents or change should be involved. And also from theoretical implication, applying the social learning and ecological system to professional kitchen food waste mitigations. It means that the study shows that chefs learn about food waste and its management from different actors and adopt their attitudes and behavior as they progress. Chef complex interaction with factors and actors create different learning environment. This learning shapes chef food waste mitigation habits at work and can be passed on to junior chef, apprentices, and even children at home. So we have discussed about the theoretical implication. Now it's about managerial implication or practical implication or on the field implication. In this way, there are several managerial implications here that we've got from this research. Family and senior chef supervisor have the most influence on the chef food waste management practices, according to the study. Education campaigns can help parents understand and manage food waste. This is crucial because educating parents can mitigate food waste at the household levels, like immediate on direct effect and hospitality and food service, future spillover of, for example, and indirect effects in children become chefs. Education, this is a very important thing that we have to take a note. Education campaigns help senior chef supervisor transfer food waste awareness and behavior to junior chef and apprentices. Government agency or industry association can provide pro-environmental training in collaboration with celebrity chefs who are role models for the chef. Engaging parents and senior chef supervisors simultaneously could double the impact on food waste management. The practice will be formed in the family and reinforced at work. Even if the food waste management practices is not formed in the family, junior chef can learn from their senior chef supervisor at work. These are the findings that we found during the research, during the interview, that their supervisor and their grandmothers or mothers are the most actors that influence them in order to manage the food waste. Okay, that's it. That's all. I think we'll return the screen to you, Dr. Agung, and the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Indra, for your nice presentation. We move to the next one. I would like to call Ketut Antara. Dr. Ketut Antara, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
All right. Dr. Antara will be presenting his paper entitled Bali Benua Harbor Facilities for Cruise Ship Tourists. All right. 10 minutes for you from now. Thank you.
I would like to telling you, Pak Agung, host disable participant screen sharing. I don't know why. Please, the host changing the system, please?
Yeah,
So-
okay. You can check it now. It has been fixed up. Can you try it now?
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Did you see?
Thank you. Yes, it's all right. That's coming up now.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. Mr. Agung as a moderator, all participants, all presenters in this room, thank you. I would like to present my paper with title Bali Benua Harbor Facilities for Cruise Ship Tourism. This paper made by our team, myself, Victor Antara, and Agung Sulistiawati. Okay, the background of this paper, as we know, cruise industry is growing rapidly. Market value around 5.3 billion US dollar on 2022. Provide 1.8 million job vacancy according to Cruise Line International Association. That is the good news for young generation who want to work on or to get job on the cruise line. Benua Harbor has a significant role and responsibility in Bali tourist industry. Cruise ship tourists visiting Bali are different from tourists who come by plane because the passenger come by the ship with a big number, maybe more than 1,000 or 3,000 passenger in one time. There are some complaint about the lack of necessary facilities from the a few passenger or from crew about the shop or restaurant must be need provide at the Benua area. Objective this paper is to find out what facilities are provided and can be accessed by cruise ship passenger at the Benua Port Cruise Terminal. Research location at Benua Port Denpasar, Bali. Research methodology, observation by looking around over there directly, interview with several officers at the Benua port, and then interview also with the travelers, cruise ship or passenger, and then documentation. Okay, discussion. We talk about the history of Benua Harbor. It was operated in 1924 during Holland colonialists, according the Standblad number 378, 1924. And then begin at government joint decree from Minister of Interior and Minister of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 15, year 1990. PT Pelindo Indonesia or Persero, that is the belong by government, established on December 1st, 1992, operates 94 port from Sabang to Merauke, which are very important to the international trade and sea transport network due to the strategic location of the port. Divided into 4 operating area, that is the owner by BUMN. The company belong to government. Pelindo 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's the good news. On October 1st, 2021, merge become one, namely PT Pelindo Indonesia, because of the transparency and technology. They merge one together based on law number 101 of 2021. Okay, let's look about the facility at the Benua Harbor. The cruise ship turnaround facility at Benua Harbor, even though it's not yet totally home port. Existing facilities, namely cruise ship turnaround facility, that means the ship possible to embarkation and disembarkation several passenger, not all passenger. What is different between turnaround and home port? If the Benua become home port, that means the ship possible to drop out or check out all passenger and check-in or embarkation all passenger. That is good for the hotel around in Banua like Nusa Dua, Kuta, and Sanur. The occupancy of the hotel will be increased because normally one day prior the passenger join to the ship, they stay in the hotel first. As my experience become a seafarer, work in the cruise line. Next, okay, X-ray facility at the entrance to the main gate. This is very important for the security of cruise ship passenger from terrorist threat, other crimes, drugs and smuggling, and etc. Besides that, dredging of cruise port group and fund. Port of cruise ship dock Banua, Bali is done dredging the sea, where the cruise ship docks so that cruise ship that have large size can dock on the port. Previously, the big ship, normally the big ship to stay anchor far away from the port. So the passenger or the tourists come and forward to the port using the lifeboat or local lifeboat. So nowadays, at Benua, the big ship already possible to docking directly to the Benua Harbor. Okay, expansion of the sea passenger terminal, yeah. Previous only 1,500 square meter with the ability to accommodate 800 cruise ship passenger. Today, already become 5,600, almost 5 times bigger than before. The ability to accommodate cruise ship tourists more than 3,000 passengers is really good news. Yeah. Okay, the PT Pelindo also provides some space for the micro, small, and medium enterprise plaza over there, give the opportunity to the local entrepreneurship to selling some souvenir, everything like a food, local food, anything else. It is special for the guests doesn't want to join the tour far away, maybe go to Ubud or Kintamani or somewhere else. Some passenger just want to walking around near the terminal so they can buy some souvenir from that place. Okay. Our conclusion from this research result, it can be concluded that Benua Port facility have been improved and positive significant influence to cruise ship tourist satisfaction. Therefore, it is recommended that the government and related parties continue to pay attention and improve the quality of port facilities to support the growth of cruise ship tourists in the Bali area. Thank you very much indeed for your kind attention. Time return to Mr. Agung. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Antara. Now it's 10 past 20. I would like to call back to the presenter number 1, the first one, to Asep Nurul Ajid Mustafa. Yes. Are you there? Nurul Hidayah Sirgar, are you there? No? Okay, so I will call yesterday's presenter who hasn't presented their papers yesterday. So now I would like to invite Sita Rahmawati and Heni Gusfa. Are you there? Sita Rahmawati and Heni Gusfa, are you there? Not yet. Right. So I think they're not done up today. So I would like to continue to the next session. Is about a QR session. So invite to all of you participants on session 4 to ask question or provide comment to all the presentation that have been presented today, and you should mention to whom you address your question. Please start, you can do it from now. You can ask question directly, but can also write it down on the chat box. Thank you. Please, any question? Before going to the, I would like to ask question before you preparing your question. Yeah. My question is directed to Miss Regina. Are you there, Miss Regina? Presenter number 6, identification of Sulawesi endemic plants. Are you there?
I'm here, sir.
Yes, right. So I'm really interested in your presentation because I'm also working on some project on ecotourism. So basically, my question is about you finding Arenga pinnata, yeah, as an endemic plant in what's the name of the forest there, Mount Klebat. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. My question is that, as far as I got deep observation about the plants around Bali. We're looking for the endemic plants around Bali, and we searched on Prosea, and then we found it. Arenga pinnata is one of the endemic plant for Bali. So my question is that, what is your references to make a conclusion that Arenga pinnata is endemic for your area, for the Mount Klebat forest? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir, for your question. Arenga pinnata in here, especially my project in Mount Klebat, may be different at there in Bali, and maybe Arenga pinnata is local name. Kelapa ya, kelapa Sulawesi Utara yang memang kelapa Sulawesi Utara, North Sulawesi kelapa, namely kelapa is product one product Sulawesi Utara, and my project found is there, especially in Mount Klebat, and
could you put your camera a bit distant from your face because it's too close? Could you put your computer a bit distant from you? Yep, so that I can see you. Because it's too close. Yeah, right. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay.
Continue.
So,
yeah.
Maybe different because name locally at Bali and North Sulawesi, maybe in color and maybe location in this maybe different at there, and my project is local area especially in Mount Kelabat, I found endemic plants, Arenga pinnata, worm mare, and maybe this color and from this color and maybe leaf and and plants and arenga pinnata may be different and there maybe sir.
All right. Yeah, I got your point. Probably they are in different variety, for example. And have you checked from Prosia? Because Prosia usually provide a quite deep, what's called detailed research about the origin of plants around the world. I think as far as I know, it consists of around 13 books, a series of books. That's one of it is explaining about one out of some information that provided is about the origin of plant in that books. So just kind of checking in case have you read the Procea book? No problem. Yes, Miss Regina, have you read the Procea book? Probably you can check it later in case the information is useful for you. Right, thank you for your answer. And I'll continue to I think, the last presenter that I would like to call again, Sita Rahmawati and Henny Gusfa. Sita Rahmawati, are you there? Sita? Yes, I see you there. Right, Sita Rahmawati will present her paper today on the application of IMC, Integrated Marketing Communication, in Balai Raos Resto Jogja, based on Royal Heritage Culture. Please, 10 minutes for you, Sita. Yes. The sounds, no sound at all.
Maybe just continue the PowerPoint without voice because we run out of time and we can read the presentation.
Yes, please continue with your PowerPoint in for a short time so that we can finish up this presentation and this session, please. Please go on with your presentation. So that we can finish it up in short time. Please continue, Ms. Sita.
Yes, continue again. Gung, perintahkan continue Gung, biar lanjut.
Okay, continue, please continue. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Sita. Any of you probably got any participant got a
Excuse me,
special question?
Mr. Agung, please. Halo Pak Agung.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I saw on the chat there is some question from our senior, Bapak Profesor Agung Suryawan Wiranata. He asking about any information regarding the expenditure of the cruise passenger at the Benua Harbor. Yeah, thank you for the question, Bapak Agung yang saya hormati. I really do apologize. I don't have any real-time data or specific information on the current expenditure of expense of the cruise passenger at Benua Harbor or any other location. But this is the good chance for us to for the next research. Maybe we can join together, make a research about the expanding from the guest or passenger at Benua. Thank you very much, Bapak Agung. Thank you. That's all my answer. Thank you. Time is returned to the moderator. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your response, Dr. Antaro. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have to close the session because the time has finished now, and I'm very happy that all of you have shared all the information that you inform us on this session, in which varies very much in wide range of information provided, and warm discussion and deep discussion available. And hopefully this session is very useful for you for what's called for extended for improve our understanding about what we're discussing in this session, and hopefully you got better networking, better benefit, what's called understanding what we're discussing in this session for today. And as the chairperson of this session, I would like to close this session, and hopefully you can meet again sometime on the next Bali International Tourism Conference. And thank you for your participation, and please apologize me for if I got a mistake on as a chairperson of this session. Thank you very much. Please a big applause for all of us for our nice meeting or presentation for today. Thank you very much. And I put the time back to the master ceremony if available.
Huh?
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of you.
Welcome to the new era of smart tourism, with digital ID for paperless traveler. Speed Tour, the latest innovation from Speed ID app, takes you around the world in a smarter, more personal, and enjoyable way. With Smart Tour Planner, plan your journey your way. Input your time, type of tour, and also budget, and let our AI craft the perfect travel itinerary for you. Find the ideal place to stay. From luxury hotels to cozy lodgings, get the best hotel recommendations to fit your budget. Discover tourist attractions close to your hotel. Enjoy the beauty and uniqueness of each destination without wasting time. Navigate the city with ease. Choose a vehicle that suits your needs and enjoy your journey freely. Find the best souvenir centers. Take home unforgettable memories from each of your journeys. Experience authenticity in village tourism. Witness living culture and traditions at every corner of the village. Find the recommended city's destination to complete your journeys. Create the best reputation for your city.
Ladies and gentlemen, having finished the whole session on the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference, now we finally arrived to the very concluding part. That is the closing session of our conference. So now let us hear a closing remarks delivered by the chairman of the Center of Excellence of Tourism, Udayana University. Dr. Agung Suryawan Wiranata, please.
Good evening, distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, all the presenter and participant on the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference 2023. We come with the end of our conference today. We have done 2 days conference, running smoothly and sharing a lot of things. We would like to thank all of keynote speakers, invited speaker, presenter, participants, and all of our team, steering committee, organizing committee, all of the supporting IT. We would like again to say thank you very much for your support and collaboration during this, the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference 2023. So, we would like to invite you then for the next 7th Bali International Tourism Conference and hope you can also join again with us. We would like to say thank you for our university, our rector, and the government of Indonesia, particularly the Ministry of Tourism and Economic Creative for their support. And also, please forgive us for any mistake made during this conference. So again, I would like to say thank you and see you next time. Om Santi, 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 Om. Hooray! See you again and bye-bye.
See you again.
Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause. Yes, so yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have wrapped up 2 days of the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference. The first day, the second day is full of a very intriguing insights. So thank you so much, and we do hope that by joining this Bali International Tourism Conference, we can maintain the sustainability of tourism in Bali, and we can make a more responsible, a more sustainable tourism practices, especially in Bali, of course, for the sustainability of the tourism industry itself. So thank you so much once again for your valuable insights, for your active participations, for your continuous support, and we look forward for your upcoming participations on the next year's, the 7th Bali International Tourism Conference. I'm Diana Risori signing off. Have a great day. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy your weekend. And finally, I close it with Om Santi 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 Om. Good evening.